Just getting started.
Real quick, Ray, NCTV, will you make Ray a co-host?
Thank you.
Sure.
I had a comment.
Go ahead,
is
John.
back.
John.
I had a comment to Terry Naughton. Welcome, Commander.
There you go.
Past
Mr.
Commander.
Chair,
Past
we are live.
You too, Past Commander.
Okay, folks, we're live and it's 4:31, so I think we're going to get started here. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. For the record, this is Ray Pohl, Chairman of the Historic District Commission. First thing we're going to do is confirm that we have several of our members present. There's going to be a few that are missing tonight. So members, when I call your names, if you could just respond the affirmative, that would be great. Val Oliver.
Here.
Thank you. Diane Coombs.
Here.
Thank you, Diane. John McLaughlin.
Here.
Thank you, John. Carrie Thornwell.
Here.
Great. And Ray Pohl for the record. Staff, when I call your names, if you could respond the affirmative, that would be good. Kathy Flynn.
Present.
Thank you. And Holly Backus.
Present.
Perfect. Okay. This open meeting, by the way, I don't know whether you all heard, but it sounds like we may be going back to real meetings on June 15th.
Oh, wow. No.
So I'm going to throw away this script that I've almost memorized. Anyway, this open meeting.
We may,
What?
we may and we may not, Ray. May and may not.
Well, I didn't actually read much
fully
of it. It came from, gosh, who did it come from? Libby?
Leslie.
Leslie. It came from Leslie. So, you know, we'll see how that all goes.
I might get one in-person meeting before my term's up.
Were you just on for a year?
Less than, and only for Zoom.
Well, let's get into that later.
No.
So here we go. This open meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission is being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order dated March 12th, 2020. That order, posted with agenda materials for this meeting, allows public bodies to convene remotely so long as public access to deliberations is reasonably provided. This meeting is convening via Zoom with video and audio recording, and we are being broadcast via YouTube on the town's YouTube channel. With no member of the public having asked to speak, this particular meeting will not feature public comment. Materials provided to members for the meeting or provided during the meeting or, unless otherwise noted, available on the town's website. During the meeting, I'll introduce agenda topics and speakers. Everyone, please remember to mute your Zoom audio until your name is called. And please direct comments and questions through the chair to avoid crosstalk and to make the taking of minutes easier. Thank you. Finally, votes taken at today's meeting will be done via roll call. Okay. Having said that, I'm going to ask Kathy whether there are any modifications to the agenda.
No, there are not, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so may we have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Diane.
Motion to approve the agenda.
Very good. On Diane's motion, Carrie,
Aye.
John,
Hey.
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. So that motion carries. Now we're on to the content. So we
Mr.
have,
Chair,
yes.
Abby is here with us now.
Oh, fabulous. Abby, I'm going to call your name. Hopefully you're unmuted, just to confirm that you're here for the record. Abby Camp.
Here.
Very good. Thanks for joining us, Abby. Okay, you might actually help us out quite a bit because we're getting into a consent agenda that I think we were going to have some quorum issues but I don't think that we do anymore. So Diane, you're going to be chairing consent because I need to recuse, and Val needs to recuse. So Ray and Val are off, which means
Carrie.
Sorry?
And Carrie needs to recuse.
Not from the consent. She needs to recuse from consent with conditions, but she can stay on this particular one.
No, It's no, number 3 and number 4 of consent. You will see that it says Thornwell Design.
No, it says JB Studios and 4 is Dave Ryan Landscaping.
Okay, well then that's on my thing, which I just printed out yesterday.
Wow.
So,
Oh,
fine,
no. Hey, Diane. Kathy sent out
Yeah.
an amended one today, like this afternoon or something.
Or, yeah, I sent you
Okay.
an amended agenda.
Good.
You're probably reading it Fridays.
Right. So trust me, Diane, that the only people that need to recuse from consent, as opposed to consent with conditions, are myself and Val, which means that your board is John,
Val, okay,
Ashley, and yourself. Okay? All right, take it
okay.
over.
So can I get a motion to approve consent? Please?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Abby. John,
Aye.
thank you, Abby,
Aye.
and I'm an I also.
And Carrie.
So then we go down to,
Well, you want to get Carrie?
and Carrie, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Aye.
Yep, and Carrie.
Aye.
Aye, so we have that, and now we go down to consent with the conditions.
Yes, okay, so consent passed. Again, I need to recuse from consent with conditions. Carrie needs to recuse from consent with conditions. So it's a slightly different board this time because Val is on, Carrie is off, okay? And Diane, it's to you now.
Carrie's off and you're off. So can I get a motion to approve
Motion to
consent
approve
with,
consent with conditions.
thank you. Thank you. John, this is approval of consent with conditions.
Yes, I'd like to make a prior comment. Consent with conditions, right now, there are 51 applications plus others. We have 114 applications as of today. It's backed up on us. Now, we ought to have more meetings. That's my comment, and I vote with the consent with conditions.
Okay, thank you. Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm an I. So that's,
Great. All right, so that motion carries.
has been approved.
All
That
right.
motion carries.
Thank you. Now we are along to signs.
Hi, sorry.
I mean, it would not appear that anyone from the regular board, all of whom are present at this time, needs to recuse from that. So it's going to be the regular board on signs. So somebody, actually, Kathy, where are we on the first one?
So the first two were a motion to approve.
Straight up?
Yes.
No conditions. All right. Can I have a motion on that one?
Motion to approve.
All right.
Motion to approve 1 and 2 of signs.
Very good. Thank you, Diane. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Thank you, Val,
Aye.
Diane. Diane?
Aye.
All right, and I'm in favor, so that motion carries. How about the next?
Aye.
So number 3 was motion to hold for revisions, 87 Baxter Road.
Okay. Can I have a motion?
A motion
Thank you, Abby.
Of,
That's to hold.
to hold. What number is it?
That's number 3.
Number 3, back to road, or number 3?
Yeah, 87 Baxter Road, item 3. Yeah.
That's my
So
motion.
your motion is to hold.
Yes.
Okay. On that motion, John.
Question, Ann Delaney, 41 Warwick Road, is that it?
No, John, we're on number 3 of signs, 87 Baxter Road. I got a feeling maybe you're looking at an old agenda too.
All right, that's what I'm missing right here now. You just had 51 approved. All right, now we're on consent with condition.
No, no,
No.
we're on signs, item number 3 of signs.
Okay, that's where I lost this. Okay,
Okay, so are you in favor of Abby's motion to hold number 3?
no, I'm in favor of it.
Okay, thank you. Diane,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, numbers, whatever else we got.
Okay, so numbers 4 and 5 were both motion to approve.
Okay.
Great,
Now,
great.
motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve
Thank-
item 4 and 5.
Very good. Thank you, Abby. On that motion, John,
Aye,
thank you. Diane,
No.
no. Okay,
I,
Val,
they, I,
you're a no. So Val,
Aye.
thank you. Abby, on your motion?
I'm in favor, but I'm curious.
All right. Diane, you want to tell us why you're against the motion?
yeah, because I asked, I don't know, 2 meetings ago that we see a thing of where all these signs, there are 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 signs being applied for, all at the same house. And I asked that we see the signs, that they fit in. We've always had, when we've had multiple signs at one place, we've always had a streetscape of where the signs are going, and they've done nothing.
Okay. So all of this stuff has been reviewed by our sign committee, who has the rules. If you had any questions about any of this stuff, it was available online. Now, are we going to, if you're going to be against those two, you're going to be against all of them. So I don't have the time or the inclination, given that the sign committee has already reviewed all of this stuff for us and given us recommendations.
All right, never mind my thought. I just wanted to say, I wanted to ask why we hadn't gotten the
We,
thing to say where it was or what the signs look like.
I mean, we can look at it if you like.
Can I just interject for 1 minute? They met today. Not all the signs have been approved. So, and they're putting in a master sign plan. So
Motion to hold for the master sign.
They
plan.
are.
Yeah, yeah. That's what I want to do too.
Should we just do that with all of these? then?
Yes.
Yes.
4 through 12.
All right, so then the motion, items 4 through 12. Go ahead, Abby. I think you know what you need to say.
Yeah, I think we just want to hold all of them for review.
Well, a master sign plan, basically.
Yes, I'd like to see, I mean, I just saw one there as you were going through, and I always, I advise the sign advisory, I commend them. There was one that just said coffee, so I think maybe we.
right, and that one was withdrawn. So
All right, okay. Yes, so let's hold for the master plan.
Okay, so that, just to reiterate, Abby's motion is to hold basically all of the Plymouth Sign Company applications numbered 4 through 12, hold them for a master sign plan. So on Abby's motion, modified motion, that is, John. John, I'm looking for an approval of Abby's motion. How about we move on to Diane?
Chairman, my question is.
Yes,
where did
aye.
we jump to?
Okay, John, what were you going to say?
Where did we jump to? Right now, we were on the solar.
No solar.
Not on solar.
Okay, this is the problem. Okay, so John, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 signs that were applied for by Plymouth Sign Company under signs for 29 Center Street LLC. We're holding all of them for what's the term I'm looking for, Abby?
Master sign plan.
Sign plan, thank you. So that's what we're trying to do, John. And are you in favor of that motion?
1 through 17?
No, 4 through 12 on signs.
This is what's got me stuck with.
We're off to a really bad start.
Yeah,
Okay,
can
so
somebody
Diane,
like
on the motion?
print a new agenda and bring it to?
Diane, on the
Aye.
motion, please. Thank you. Val, on the motion.
Aye,
Aye.
aye.
Abby on the motion. Abby,
Okay.
Abby.
Aye, aye, aye.
Thank you. And I'm in favor. John, should I just put you down as an abstention for now?
I'm sorry, I got a little trouble with this computer again, but go ahead. Well,
Okay. Well, so let's just say 4 in favor. That motion does carry. Okay, now we're on to new business. Dinah is the first 3 here. Regular board, I don't think anyone needs to recuse at the moment. So let's start with 2 Wildflower. John, FYI, we're on the first item of new business, Richmond Great Point, okay?
Richmond Great Point, yes.
Got it? Okay, very good. Okay, Dinah, I think I saw you in the queue. If you could tell us what you're hoping to do here.
Okay, so can everyone hear me?
Yep, thank you.
Okay. So this site consists of a distinct parcel of 3 buildings, and it's located about 270 some feet away from, to the south of Old South Road.
Okay.
So an enlarged site plan is to the right and a more overall site plan is to the left. So the
Yep.
first building is 2 Wildflower Place. This is in general, just a couple comments. We focused on using similar materials, everything that has been already approved in the past, such as the main roof massing to maintain the 812 continuity throughout the site, because this is still part of the Meadows 2 project. And the trim and the porch elements will remain the same. We're going to be taking also the height of the main mass will still be at 2910. Secondary masses that are at about 28 something, and then the 1-story buildings or additions are about 13 feet, which is not this building, but it'll be coming up shortly. And the eave heights, we maintain a low eave height at 18.9, high eave height at 19.3. And the windows are all 6/6, as is the rest of the project. And that is kind of just an overview. We would like to point out that to the north of the site, north of building M, if you look at the the reduced site plan, there's about a 14,000 square foot green space, and that will be left open for use by the public and benches and things of that nature to soften the visual as you come into Meadows 2, because these will be the first 3 buildings north of Wildflower. North of Wildflower. Okay, so that's general comments. The building, the Deep Point 3, also known as 2 Wildflower Place, has a porched entry facing the west elevation. And it also has an exit facing the east elevation. The north elevation faces parking for future duplex lots. And the south elevation is about 108 feet away from 4 Orchid Place, which is across the street from Wildflower. So it's a simple, plain, kind of understated elevation with basic windows required for the light and air of the apartment units. It is an 8-unit apartment, 4 and 4. 4 on the first, 4 on the second. I think that's pretty much it. All the doors we would like to be Hamilton blue, the window we would like to be white, and the trim to be white.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, John.
I would like to go first on this one, number 1, 2.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
I'll make a motion that find it's compatible to the neighborhood and it fits right there. Thank you. I'll make a motion to approve it as submitted.
Okay, well, so because you were the first person to speak, John, I would like to just go around the table. I'm going to hold your motion. I appreciate it. I'm going to hold it just so that others can speak before we actually take a vote on your motion, okay? See what happens. All right. So, Val, what do you think?
I don't think it should be approved the way it is. It could have a window over the west front door, which is the
Ah,
entrance to this structure facing the parking lot. I mean,
Mhm.
we're, I know this area is what it is, but it can be made as nice as it can be.
Oh,
Just
I like your suggestion.
and it's just a little strange to have the windows on the west elevation, left facade, left mass to be sort of off center like that. If those could be moved to the center, I saw the inside of the plan and I get it because it's for that they're making that a bed wall. But I just feel like it's a little off kilter.
Mhm.
And the rear of the building has a door and a window that don't line up as well. But that's the rear of the building and it backs up to more lots. So that's not as visible. I think I'm focusing primarily on the west.
Mhm.
That's it.
Okay,
Right.
thank you. How about you, Diane?
I agree with what Val has said.
Okay.
One thing, going back, it's been a long time since we started, but I thought that we had talked to Dinah about getting one or two buildings smaller than these buildings. Not as high, not as wide. And these are all the same building. I went through all the Pimpernels and all the rest of them. And not one of them was smaller and had very little one-story elevation. I think I'd like to see them try at least to bring some part of it down, because they begin with the number of ones that we have worked with. It's very impressive, the number of houses, all the same size, which really doesn't fit in with a lot of our streets and stuff. And the windows shouldn't be there because of what's on the interior, because we can't see the interior. We have to deal with the outside. I think the windows on the next elevation down, I can't see what it is on it's the south elevation. Those windows should come off the side a little bit. They're right out to the edge, and it seems to be the south elevation all the way to that. They should be separated. I know they have a dividing wall going up the middle, but the windows should come in, I don't know, a foot at least to get away from the side. That's on this particular house. I've gone through them all on the view thing, and it just you become aware of how many are going to be there and that they're exactly the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Abby?
Yeah, I think it's a bit boxy. There's of course no additive massing, but it would help to have different roof heights to break up that, especially that 50-foot span. I think the little 6/6s should be the same as the larger ones. I think the front porch is super shallow. I'd like to see it deeper. It looks like it's only like 2 feet deep or something. But if it did come out more, you might be able to stretch it across to the right-hand side and really give that front door some presence. So that's what I've got. Thank you.
Okay. Hey, Dinah,
Yes.
John did make a motion to approve this as submitted, but it seems like that you need to do a few things to this in order to get approval from the board. So, John,
Yes, I'm here.
Could, rather than me go through the motions putting your original motion to a vote, could you modify your motion to be for revisions?
Modify to what?
Well, could you change your motion that you had made a little bit earlier? Could you change that to request revisions? Because there are several board members that feel uncomfortable approving this the way in its current state. And so we would like to just have some revisions. Would that be all right if you just change to that?
I just think it matches in with the rest of this out there, so, but anyway.
Well, no, I understand what your position is. And I appreciate your making the motion, but I'm just asking if you could just modify your motion to have some revisions so that we can accommodate some of the concerns that the board has.
So move.
All right. So John has made a motion for some revisions. On that motion, Abby.
Aye.
Okay.
Sorry, the dogs are, there's something outside. I'm so sorry.
I was like, why would you be?
I'm sorry.
worried about
Yes,
it?
aye.
All right.
Vote for revision.
So Diane,
Aye.
thank you, Val.
Aye.
That was you, Val?
Yeah, aye.
Okay. And John on your motion?
Aye.
Thank you. And I'm in favor too. All right. So now let's go to the next one.
Okay,
On Pimpernel.
One Pimpernel. Okay, so this is a 6-unit building. This is the smallest of the 3 buildings being presented. And it's basically 1 studio and 2 1-bedrooms over 1 studio and 2 1-bedrooms. It's actually almost identical to part of some of the large L-shaped buildings that were built to the south of Old South Road. So we've just modified that and tried to tuck everything in to keep it small and simple. The entry is facing the parking lot, and that's on the east elevation. We did do a double window above the entry to make it more pronounced and more of a frontispiece, and have I believe a balance of windows on all 4 facades, but it's really a basic simple box with a gable massing, and the 1-story elements you'll be seeing those on the M building, but this is just 3 over 3 units. So that's the presentation.
Okay. How about colors on this one? Just so
This is going to be Santone windows with Santone front door.
What about the trim?
Santone sash or Santone everything?
Oh, I'm sorry, Santone sash, white trim, Santone door.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Dinah. Diane, you want to start?
Well, my thoughts are the same as on the other house.
Mhm.
I don't know how much smaller this is. It doesn't look any smaller. What is the extension of the roof from beginning to end?
Oh, gosh, we could add it up. So you got 37,
length-
7.
It's about 78 feet, about 70 feet.
Yeah, that's right. 78 feet. Oh, there it is on the bottom, 77.6. So that's the answer to that question, Diane.
How many are that big, Dinah?
There's just one at this size. This is a unique building to this site. We do not have any of these on the other site. We only have this massing as like part of the middle, and then it's flanked by other buildings as L-shaped. So if you want to go to page 1, A-1, you will see on the overall site plan, the key plan, if you can zoom in to the left side, you'll see an A building. If you could just zoom into the, you'll see on Orchid Place, down a little more, thank you. These were formerly L-shaped buildings with extra massing, so we have reduced the size of them because they were 2 bedrooms and now they're 1 bedrooms with 1 studio. So a slight reduction in size, and it's not it's not all one building. It's basically just a standalone. And I believe with proper landscaping, we left a lot of room to the left where it says map 68 parcel 335. That's for the whole lot. So we are planning on landscaping that beautifully and maintaining just a smaller footprint on the K building. It's 2,200 square foot footprint versus the building we just reviewed, which was let's see, let me go to the floor plans. And the building we just reviewed, the footprint was 3,152. So it's about 1,000 square feet less on the footprint. I mean, 100 feet, no, 1,000, right? 1,000. Many less units too. It's just a 6-unit building.
Okay.
Okay, well, is this like the original A building we did earlier?
Yeah, it's like part of it. It's about a quarter of it, because we had 2 of these plus other massing for 3-bedroom units and things of that nature. But you've seen the design before,
Yeah.
with the upper window versus a natural wood louver. We maintained that to keep the continuity of the design from the old section to the new section.
Right. And well, except what I have mentioned before is the size of it. 70 feet in Goaki land is it the only one that's that wide in Pimpernel and Orchid Place?
No, I
You
think
said it was.
They're all in that range.
so. If we go to the left, down to Orchid Place, so.
I can give you the dimensions. I have the
Right.
CAD file open.
Look,
So
10 and 12 Orchid Place, both say built. And if I'm not mistaken, if we compare it to what we're in the upper right-hand corner, the K at Pimpernel, don't move the screen, please. No, I wanted it to stay where it was. So if you look at 10 Orchid Place, 12 Orchid Place, down in the lower left where the hand is, and then you compare that footprint to K, you will notice that it's the same. So when Dinah says,
Yeah.
that's the module, so it's just like with respect to 10 and 12 Orchid Place, it's essentially that, but a standalone as opposed to an L-shaped thing. So the
Right.
answer to the question
Well,
is yes, there are other ones there.
okay, is it true that 10 Orchid Place and 12 Orchid Place connect?
yeah, they do connect, but before the post office, for the building permit, they're under 1 building permit. For the post office, there's 2 addresses because there's 2 entries.
Is this the one with the sort of garden in the front?
Yes, it's a mirror,
At
it's
night.
a mirror image of it with a large courtyard in the front.
Yeah. Okay. Well, at the moment, if you'll forgive me, I got nothing
Okay.
to say,
Let's,
except I would like to see it smaller.
okay.
That's all.
Thank you, Diane. Val.
I think it fits in with the rest of the institutional structures there, so it's not unique or anything. Can we have a unique door color? Does it have to be sand tone? Like there's only 1 door in the whole building?
Right, I
Would
was
it have
thinking,
some sort of personality?
well, I was thinking, like, I'm not sure of what the HDC name for this is, but it's a turquoise blue.
That's cool.
Not so much.
Okay, what about the Essex green, more traditional? Essex green.
That would be nice.
I think she's
Okay.
looking for red.
Ah,
I think we're doing Nantucket red on one Pimpernel, but we could do cottage red.
or Hamilton blue.
Hamilton
That's what I
blue
think
is,
she was talking about earlier.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hamilton blue. Yeah. Anyway,
I really don't have anything.
well, but I like the idea of having the door at least be something other than the sand tone. I think that's a good idea. Well, okay, thanks, Val. How about you, Abby?
Well, I don't know if you know this, but my dog escaped out of the
What?
fence and I've been running around, so I didn't hear all of this, but actually you got stuck on something, so I actually did hear a lot. But did Val say her thing about the same thing she said about the front door on the other one? Where they,
Not
that would be
exactly.
nice.
Val is just looking for a different color because basically everything that you're looking at here, the trim, the doors, the windows, everything is specified as sand tone. And
Right,
so
right, yeah, no,
Val
that's,
was
it's
hoping to
gotta
get
be,
something a little bit more,
yeah, something with a color.
Yeah.
I agree with that, but I thought Val said transoms over the front door, on the other one. Did she not?
no.
No, just the color.
Oh,
Chairman,
all right, well, this could use some transoms over the front door, and so could the other one. I'm sorry, I misunderstood Val. I thought she said put some windows over that front door would give it a sort of a really nice entrance, draw your eye away from the massiveness of this. And yes, I'm against sand tone, and I think a color would be nice, any color.
Let's ask the question of Dinah. Dinah, do you actually have room there to be able to fit a transom in over that door?
the door is 6'8".
Yeah.
The ceiling is 8 feet, so
You do
with
have
the
room.
header, not a lot.
No, but you have room for a transom there. Sounds like, we're getting close to an approval here.
Okay, so we'll do a transom.
Okay,
But it, like a 8-inch maybe, something like that, just,
yeah.
yeah, 8-inch transom.
The transom, by the way, would run all the way across to incorporate the side lights as well. That's the way.
Absolutely, right, I got it. And versus the large frontispiece board that's showing there.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, in that area, okay.
Right.
Mr.
So
Chairman,
8-inch transom included, and then the color of the door, I'm just putting as a placeholder Essex green, but I don't think Val liked that color.
I like that color too.
Oh, okay, Essex green for the door would be my next, if that's good with the board.
Okay. Well, let's see. So
I'd go with Essex green.
hang
Go
on.
with Essex green.
Everybody hang on. Everybody hang on. So, Abby, have you concluded your comments?
Yes, sir, yes.
Thank you. Now, we need to hear from John McLaughlin, who has not yet been able to speak on this application. So John, I want to hear from you. John,
yes?
it's your turn to speak, my friend.
Comments?
Yeah.
My comment
Yep.
is this building the same suitable as the first one, Pimpernel Place. And I think it matches the neighborhood, the color of the front door. We have quite a few colors that people can pick what they want. So I don't know what the application calls for.
Well, it sounds like the consensus view of the board, including me, is that we would like to have the front door and the side lights, and at this point, the transom, actually, no, just the front door, to be Essex green as opposed to sand tone. So that's one change. The other change would be putting in a transom above the front door. So I can't imagine you have any objections to those things.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, okay, fair enough. So the motion on the table by John is to do the front door as Essex green, and that we would incorporate a transom over the front door that would include the side lights. That's John's motion. And on the motion, Abby? Thank you. Diane?
Aye.
Okay. Val?
Aye.
And John?
Aye.
Very good. And I'm in favor, so that motion carries. Now let's move along to 2 Pimpernel.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. 2 Pimpernel is also known as M, and this is a transitional building because we're going from the green space, the open green space to the left, the 14,000 square foot like park area open to the public to the building. So we did want to make sure this could add some one-story massing, and what we've done is we've taken, I think we could start with, what do we have? Okay, on the site plan, if you could go right to the elevations, I think those speak volumes for the site plan. The south elevation facing the parking lot, we have the 2-story mass in the middle, with a ridge line of 49.8, and then it's flanked by 2 1-story massings that are shed roofs. The porch, we looked at a farmer's porch, and then we found that it seemed to soften the front porch if we did the hip porch, because it's aligned nicely aesthetically with the 2 1-story massings coming into the main 2-story space for the floor plans. So that was the south elevation. So this faces the parking lot. And then if you go right below that to the east elevation, we did add a window above the door that exits here. This is an exit door. And also above we added a new window type above the 1-story portion to the left. You see the shed roof going back to the roof, and then you see 2 windows above. Those are living rooms, and they're not the legal size for escape, but we have provided windows for emergency rescue. But I enlarged them a little bit more than the C window, which is above the door that's in the middle of the building. And then the other 1-story portion on the east wing, on the east elevation, is the 9-foot eave, 9 foot and some odd inches eave soffit for the 2-story, the 2-bedroom units on the first floor. So the floor plan, we manipulated so that we could maintain a low profile building with not just one big mass of 2-story building. And we just did 4 1-bedrooms on the second floor, but use the program to make sure we could get some 1-story components in this, because it is really the bitter end, and this is the entry to the whole apartment complex. So we have 3 1-story portions totaling quite a few lineal feet. So that was the concept for the design.
Okay, thanks, Dinah. All right, Val, I'm going to start with you if you're ready.
Okay. I like a lot of this with the additive massing. So thank you, Dinah, especially the east and the west. And actually, I think the north is okay. It's the south that is a little bit of a sticky wicket. I can't really explain why I feel that way. It's just sort of, maybe if the porch went across to where the 1-story elements started and just had a straight roof, it would break it up enough to make it look not so.
We can do that. We can add another column and do a longer farmer's porch without introducing a hip porch, because that doesn't really.
No, you don't need to hip it. You can stop it where the second floor walls are. And I think it will just delineate that better than just a flat wall with the wings on it. That's all I have.
Well,
right.
yeah, so I don't want to put words in Val's mouth, but I was having the same concern with the south elevation. It's very flat and it's very, very long. It's 73 feet. Now, of course, part of that is single story, which is great, but the 2-story portion of it is very close to our upset maximum ridge length of 50 feet. So it's maxed out. And so to Val's point, I think that the idea of trying to give some depth to an otherwise very, very flat facade is a good thing in this case. So thank you, Val, for that. Diane, are you ready?
Yep, I'm all ready. I appreciate it being a 1-story on the south and the north. As you see, I think it makes, although it's a humongous building, it makes it fit better if it was altogether a little smaller, but it isn't. I'd like to see the extension of the porch roof. I'd like to see what it looks like ending where the 2nd story ends, or going out all the way to where the slant for the 1st floor is. I'd like to see it before it's approved. It may not work, but I would hope it would. It's, again, I appreciate the thing on the east elevation on the 1st floor addition, that little window. What is that little window? Why can't it be a regular window?
The tiny one over the door?
No, the
on
little
east-
one at the very, that
On
one.
the first floor, yeah.
the roof of the enclosure, that wall is recessed back, and it's just to keep, I can make it the same size as the window next to it, to the left, the K window. That would bring it down another couple inches if you would be open to that.
I'm lost.
But I can't,
Wait,
I think,
I
I
am-
Dinah,
think,
hang on.
okay.
I think Diane is talking about on the east elevation, the right-hand most window
Oh, I see.
in the 1-story piece. And the window adjacent to that is an A window, which is considerably larger. Is that what you were talking about, Diane?
Yes, it was. I'd like
Okay.
to see that window moved into the middle more and a little larger. It looks, that's all. I would like to see it larger. I think it needs to be larger, and I think it needs to be into the middle of the little addition.
Okay. Anything else?
Uh,
Hang on a second, John.
That,
Same.
no, it's to the front of that east and west elevation. The windows are large, and then you have an addition, and then you stick it with little windows. I go through again and looking at it, see my notes, and I thought a larger window and in the middle would be better.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you very much, Diane. John, go ahead.
okay,
Yep.
already on the south elevation. Take it up 2 notches, please. All right, on the right side, it's got a 3.5-inch pitch, should be a 4 on that shed roof. That's always a company policy, I guess. The other one, I find the structure itself is of a king size building, but it's still suitable because there's others right in the immediate surroundings. So I think it's approvable. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, John. Abby? Do we have Abby? Because
Yeah, sorry,
There
yes,
you are.
we have her. I think on the south elevation that those corner boards should come all the way down, and those shed, that architectural shed thing should go recede back and not be part of that front plane. I think it's making a architecture we don't have here. And I think if that corner board came all the way down and that was just put back 2 feet, I'd be fine with it. I think it's just a little odd. So
Mhm.
I also would do the same thing if you could with the transoms over the door. I actually don't mind the south elevation if that was taken into consideration, that which I just said.
Mhm.
I agree with Diane about the windows. I think you've got a nice proportioned window for this large massing, and I think the smaller windows detract from your choice there. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, well, actually, I really like that little rebating those 2 shed pieces on the south elevation too. It's similar to what Val was talking about with this idea of extending the porch so that it gets rid of the flatness of that whole southern elevation. I think, Dinah, in this case, what we should probably do is have you do a couple of revisions and see how it all goes, because each member has expressed concerns of various types. Can I have a motion to hold this for some revisions?
I'll make a motion.
All
So
right.
move.
Hang on, John was going to make a motion, Diane. Let's see what he was going to do. Go ahead, John. John,
Yes,
were you going to make a motion to hold for revisions?
if you want to do that, I think it's compatible. It's all in one area.
Well, there's a few things that she wants to look at, including your observation that there's a 3.5 roof pitch. She needs to get that to a 4. So can we hold for revisions?
Yes,
All right, thank you, John. On John's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you, Val,
Aye.
John,
aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Thank you, Dinah. We'll see you
Thank
next
you.
time.
Thank you,
And
Mr.
now-
Chair and Chair people.
Yeah, thanks. Bye. Okay, Val, it's your turn at bat. So Carrie, if you could step in for a little while, we got a few
Yes,
things.
indeed.
All right, fantastic. So,
This
yes,
is Gray Lady Lane, which you've seen a lot lately from
Okay.
myself and other various people. This particular application, if you could go to page 14, Holly, we'll cut to the chase.
yeah.
12 Gray Lady, is already built. That's what it
Mhm.
looks like.
Okay.
What I'm proposing to you today is actually pretty much the same model, but we wanted to make it look slightly different, so we added a gable in front. And that's all I have. It's really pretty simple.
So let's look at the side. So the gable projects out.
The
obviously.
gable, well, you'll see. Here it is. So you may or may not like that, but it was my attempt to make it look different.
Wait a second. So there was something that we just saw on the screen.
We missed some of these.
There was something on the screen that showed a narrower gable.
Oh, no, that's a building that's in there that's not built yet. That's not us.
Oh,
I just wanted to show you what
Okay.
the context of
so
what was
this
built
is
and
a
what's been
flush
improved.
gable. This is a flush gable.
Yeah,
Okay. So it literally is just like the photo that you showed us, but you're raising up the roof and creating a little gable form there.
correct.
Okay.
Same size, everything.
All right. Okay. Thanks, Val. Who would like to begin on this one?
I'll go.
I'll begin.
I just wonder if on these you could do an 8-foot deep porch to bring the roof line up, or a higher slope or something. So on that front elevation, you don't have so much space between the bottom of the windows and the top of the porch roof hitting the wall. Because I think this
Absolutely.
looks top heavy.
Great.
But that's really it. I mean, this fits in with the neighborhood. I think the turn gable is okay. I think in other places it wouldn't be so great, but I do think that extra bit of porch roof would help.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Totally agree. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Carrie. Abby.
gosh, there's something disturbing me about it, but I can't put my finger on it. I think the windows are a little too vertical, maybe. I think the gable coming forward is too shallow. I think the window in the attic of that gable is too large. So just, I think it just needs to be maneuvered, just massaged a little bit. So left-hand side, that could use some more fenestration. Maybe the windows needs to be a little larger. Could I see, yeah, I think one of my problems is these windows are appearing vertical to me. And the fenestration called right elevation. Could, I see you have the left and right fenestration windows lined up, but could the middle ones line up as well? It just kind of takes your eye away. Just a little more uniformity with the windows would be nice as a general.
I'm going to jump in and ask a question of Val, apropos of the windows. So looking at that right elevation, you'll
Yeah.
notice that the windows on the first floor are wider than the windows on the second floor, and I think address the problem of your narrowness of the windows. Like
Yeah.
the proportions of those first floor windows seems to be better than the vertical feeling ones on the second floor. Is there any reason that you couldn't use those, Val?
No.
Okay,
could.
just wanted to ask the question. Thank you.
Yep.
Anything else, Abby?
No.
Okay. Okay. Thanks. Diane?
The only thing I would like to see, and I don't know, I was looking with where the floor is on the second and the first floor. I was wondering if the windows could come down a little bit, or the windows on the first floor be up a little bit, so there wasn't so much space between the windows. On the left elevation, they show where the floor things are. Yeah, I just think it would be good. The windows, I think all of them, particularly the ones on the second floor, could be made just a little wider. They should be the same because they're all labeled the same. Maybe they just all need to be, because on like the left elevation and the other elevation, which I can't get to, there's a lot of blank space. And I think it would be good if we pulled it together, if one can, and have not so much space between the first floor and the second floor. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Diane. By the way, Val? I can't imagine that it's really true that, like, I'm looking over there and I'm seeing a 9-foot ceiling on the first floor. This is a modular, right?
No.
Oh, it's not.
No.
Oh, okay. So it really is a 9-foot ceiling.
Yeah.
So you really could theoretically move the windows on the first floor up. Because I'm going to guess that those are probably 6'8".
Yep.
So, okay, good to know. Thank you. John?
Question, Mr. Chairman, we were
Yes.
on number 4 and number 3. And we lost 4, 5, and 6. What happened to those 3 before we went to Gray Lady, Wisconsin?
No, John. So unfortunately, I think that you're looking at an old agenda. So we are actually on item number 4 under new business, which is Gray Lady.
Okay, it's just.
Yeah,
going-
almost positive.
Stay where we're going, moving along one at a time, instead of jumping around. It's confusing.
No, we're not jumping around. I think the problem is that the agenda that went out to you has been superseded. But so, just so that you know, we are on Gray Lady Lane, 4 Gray Lady, and it is item number 4 on new business. So do you have any comments on the application?
Larry Casanello,
What?
oh, we haven't acted on it.
John, I don't.
I'm trying to keep up with
Kathy,
Yeah, yes, Mr. Chair.
we really super have to make sure that John has an updated agenda.
He did. He came in this morning and was given the updated agenda. He might not have it in his hand right now.
But you sent us all a
Yes.
revision that was not,
Yes.
that's the one we're all looking at?
Yes, you all are looking at the correct one.
John
The
has
print
that.
one was given to John this morning when he came in at 9 because we gave it to him. Kadeem gave it to him this
Okay, so
morning.
John, if you heard that, you should be looking at an updated agenda, but it doesn't sound like you are, because Gray Lady Lane, which is what we're reviewing right now, is item number 4 on new business.
Castellani, yes,
Yes?
that's number 4.
Correct. That's where we are. So do you have comments on this application, John?
I agree with you, Mr. Chairman, but
What?
why did we jump 3 others?
But John, we did not. We didn't jump anything. We're going in sequence.
You get Sconset Casino's got a couple before this one.
No, that was last week's agenda.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. So John, you got to throw away that agenda and get the one that Kathy gave you this morning.
John, Kadeem gave you it this morning when you came in to see me.
Okay, it just gets complicated, okay?
No, I get it.
I haven't lost it yet, I'm still here.
No, but it does seem that you might be looking at last week's agenda.
I have last week's agenda.
Well, if you do, you want to throw it away or put it in the other room or do something, but don't look at it right now. Okay.
Mr.
So-
Chair,
Yes.
may I just ask to hold this for some revisions?
Yeah. So, my own view is I'm with both Diane and Abby on the widening of the windows. I think that would be really great. And I also liked Carrie's thing about the wider porch so that, that you got it. Okay. So we're going to somebody.
Hold for revisions, please.
Thank you, Abby. I appreciate it. Okay. So on Abby's motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Thank you. Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. John.
Aye.
Very good. Abby, on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. That motion carries. Now we are along to item number 5, John, which is 6 and 8 Hydrangea Lane. Okay. Also Val.
Mm-hmm. So, well, I'll wait for you to pull it up.
John, are you seeing that on your agenda? I'm concerned that you get the right agenda in front of you.
5 and 8, Hydrangea Lane.
6 and 8, yeah,
6 and 8 Hydrangea Lane, correct.
yeah. So, Mr. Chair, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. We're all familiar with the Hydrangea Lane development right past the Sconset Golf Course when you're entering Sconset. There's been a lot of activity there lately. This is a proposal that will be unique unto itself because there's an existing house at 8 and my clients purchased 6 and instead of doing a separate house decided to make an addition which
Mhm.
will complete what they need the house to do for them. So just keep that in mind. I also want, before you look at it, I want to start with a supplemental photo presentation that I sent in, not with the first application. It was a separate one, and I can screen share if it's too difficult to find it, because I think it's very key to look at this development and then make comment.
Okay.
So,
It appears to me like you're screen sharing now, Val,
okay,
I think.
let me see. Am I? Can I?
You just,
Okay.
I can see you, but
Here we go.
no hydrangea.
Can you
is
see
screen-
that?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes,
So this is just, I wanted to just drive you through so you get a sense of what's there, and then I will lead into my presentation.
Okay.
So this is turning on from the street as the houses appear to us. As you can see, there's a pretty consistent style in there. They're all about 1.5 stories or 1 3/4 stories, because there is a height limit in there.
Mhm.
And that keeps it all looking pretty consistently. So here, having gone to the end of the circle and turning back to Sconset Road, is the house that I'm talking about with you, number 8. There's a new house going in at 4, which you see in the background, and where the arrow is where the addition is going to be between these two structures
Okay.
behind this hedge.
Yep. Okay.
And then there's not only 4, there's 2. So there's 2 buildings toward the road, the lot, and then the structure that we are, other way, adding to, which is right here. Okay,
Got it.
so I'm going to stop sharing now and let Holly or Kathy do their thing with our presentation. I did not attend the Sconset advisory meeting, but I did watch the video, and Holly also sent me the minutes, which I am happy to address, or she can share with you what was said.
Well, Holly will read them.
It really was not, they basically had some issues with 2 doors, 2 driveways, and wanting to push the garage back, but Holly can fill you in.
Okay, so before we get to Holly, have we seen all of 4 elevations? There's 2. Okay, and here, right. Okay, got it.
So the idea behind this is that the existing house would become the additive mass,
Yes.
and the newer portion would become the main mass.
Mm-hmm.
And because I wasn't at that meeting, I wasn't able to explain that. So there was a little bit of confusion about that.
Okay, we'll sort through that. So
Yeah.
Holly, maybe you could read the minutes of or Sconset advisory comments at this time.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Sconset looked at this on April 26th. Their main concern was that it has a duplex look with the 2 front doors, obviously with the existing and then the addition. They suggested pushing the garage back from the plane of the facade, as it's all kind of in one plane together. I did, and thank you, Val, for looking at it. That's why I'm very happy to have those recorded. I did mention the fact that, this is in a subdivision. With this being a double lot, I hope that they've gone or pursuing going before the planning board for a modification for obviously abandoning that property line in between, as well as being able to have the 2 driveways. Obviously, that's not the HTC's purview, but I also wanted to bring that up to everybody's attention. Those are the comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, okay. Yeah, pretty succinct.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So we are okay with eliminating the door on the existing house.
Oh, interesting. All right.
So that the new door, which I shouldn't have shaded as much as I did, you can't see, but the new door is underneath the porch. And she's right, the driveway thing is being pursued. That's not what we're here before you today for, but yeah, there you
Right.
go.
Okay. Funny, but there is a porch there. I'm talking about the existing house. There's already a porch there. So not to have a door would seem a little odd, like a porch with no way to get to it. It's kind of funny. Anyway, all right. Who would like to begin the discussion?
I
I'll
will.
go.
Boy, who was that? Abby?
I did say it at the same time as
Go
somebody.
ahead, Ab.
Okay, I'll be brief.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it needs to be unified. It still looks like two buildings of different styles. I prefer the window fenestrating on the first floor, those windows, and I'd like to see those on the left massing, the main massing, you're calling it. I'd like to see those dormers in the roof of the right-hand side brought over and incorporated into the roof of the left-hand side. And just continue those windows, those 6/6s on the right-hand side massing to see that on the left-hand side. I think the front door, as you said, it seems, I would like to see it more central, more focused. It looks.
Can I show you a rendition that I did just really quickly before the meeting?
Sure.
Without the, okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Because I think it's gonna assuage a lot of concern. Where is it? Hold on.
Oh, you eliminated the porch.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So that now it appears to be more of the additive mass. And I took away the shading so that you can see, the door is now the main door. And I pushed the porch back. I mean, the garage, sorry.
Can I still continue on talking about this newly proposed one?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, I think this is a lot more unified. If we could go in, if you could bring that up again, the proposed addition, south side, could we bring that up to a, magnify that?
oh, sorry.
Oh, it's you. Yeah, so so I would still like to see those right-hand windows brought over to the left-hand side. I think maybe just duplicating the dormer. The dormer does look, that the dormer on the left-hand side, I'm not talking about the far left, but the one in the main mass,
Mm-hmm.
very vertical. The panes look very vertical and sort of not to proportion. And I don't think we need another type. I don't think we need a shed dormer. I think we could just stick with one that would get balance the two sides. I would bring you put a hip over that front door now. I'd hip it on the right as well. And I'd bring that front door in just a little bit towards the center. So it's not like, it looks like it's right on the edge. I would bring that in a little bit and call it a day. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Abby. Carrie, I think you were about to say something.
Yeah, I was looking at the other version. And this
Want me to
version-
stop sharing?
No, this is
Okay.
good because I think this is more clear. I didn't mind the other door on the existing mass, but I thought it should read more as a back door style, like a
Mhm.
9 light or something. But I think this looks great, except in the front door under that little porch, I want that porch to be a little wider to the left, so it's giving the front door a little breathing space. I don't mind that it's not wrapping around, but wrapping around would be good. But if there's some way to give that porch to the left a little more width
Yep.
to the left, to give it a little more breathing space, because I don't think you can move it to the right. You've got the wall coming down. This is
Right,
sort of
right.
tucked back, right?
Yeah. Yep.
And that little dormer doesn't bug me. If the front door could be under that little dormer on the left, it would be great. I don't know how you'll work that, but with the hipped roof.
Okay.
But I think it's quite a successful reversion of the main mass. So, and I think in this neighborhood, it totally follows along. I've driven through the neighborhood very recently, and I think it totally follows along with all of that's there. And with a little tweaking of the windows, what Abby described about the window panes, that's it for me.
Okay. Thank you, Carrie. Diane?
First of all, you got to fix the windows in the garage, and thank you for moving it back. I would like to see on the front elevation, I would like to, I don't mind that door, the old door being there, because if you're going to have a quirky house in Wisconsin, particularly on Skinner's property, it seems that there's nothing wrong with putting two houses together and making a new type. I like the two doghouse dormers over that in the old part. I don't mind the little one in the new part, the double on with the shed. I don't know. I think I'd like to see a dormer, because everything else is a dormer there, but that's just my opinion. I think the windows in the gable of the new proposed addition, so-called, are good. Whatever difference is in the windows, I think it's the CAD, not what she has wished to do. And I have no particular problem with any other elevation. I think that it is good and will fit in. I just like to see the old edition to be kept as original as possible. And as I say, there's nothing wrong with putting two buildings together and keeping the old building and adding the new. Two front doors or not. I would like to see that.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. John?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I find that the minor change, like in the front door or whatever, and the little roof, this building itself is compatible to the immediate surroundings. It's a story and a half. They're out there and they look good, and I think they're ready for approval. That's
Okay.
my comment. You want a motion to approve it? I'll give it to you.
Well, I think we're probably going to need to do a few revisions. I don't think they're going to be major, but a few people have requested revisions. And I'm going to say, thank you, John. I agree with most of the things that have been offered up as ways to unite these two buildings, or the addition with the existing building. But the one that resonated the most with me was the idea of taking the larger windows from the existing building first floor and moving them over to the addition. I think that would tend to unify.
That's the problem. That's a kitchen.
All five of those windows are in the kitchen?
Yeah. But we'll look at it. That's why I put the railing there. I thought it would be sort of mitigating that.
Okay, well, I leave it to you. I mean, I'm kind of with John. I think this is well done. It's to coin Carrie's phrase. I think she called it a reversal. Where you've got your main mass is now becoming the subordinate mass. So I think that was done pretty effectively. Anyway, should we just get some minor revisions?
Minor, minor revisions, please.
Very minor.
Okay.
So somebody want to make a motion? Was that you, Abby?
Yep, that was me.
Okay, so Abby's made a motion for some very minor revisions. On that motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Thank you, John. John?
Mr. Chairman, would you repeat the motion, please?
Just minor revisions, John. Minor revisions.
On new business?
No, minor revisions to the application we just saw. Are you in favor of those?
All right, I'm trying to get populated here.
I think that's a yes. Diane on the motion?
Yep, yep, yep.
Okay, thank you. Abby on your motion?
Yes, I,
I'm in favor. Thank you. Motion carries. Okay, how about our cabana?
This was also reviewed by Sconset, and I'm sure Holly can fill you in. I did watch it and also have the minutes, and it basically, they had no concern.
I know.
Okay, let's take a look at the elevations, and while we're doing so, we can hear from Holly with the official version of the Sconset advisory.
Yes, Mr. Chair. As far as the design itself, they really didn't have any concerns due to the lack of visibility. Looking on the site plan, as you can see, it was going to be masked from view from the street. And this does butt up to conservation land. And it looks like they'll have some vegetation there. So as far as that goes, I think there was a comment about not showing the shower on the east.
Oh,
Yeah, it's just,
yeah.
right. It
Missed
doesn't
my
show up.
mistake.
Other than that, that's it, Mr. Chair.
So you, Val, you're obviously aware that it just needs to be drawn in there.
Yeah,
Yeah. Actually, on the east and the west.
Yep.
Doesn't show up on either one. Okay. So that's Sconset advisory. Anybody want to start on this one?
I'll start.
All right. Thanks, Diane.
I think it's good.
Great.
I think it's good. It's very simple. Answers the problem. Put in the shower, and as far as I'm concerned, it's good.
All right. Thanks for that,
That's
Diane. Okay, Abby.
I'm fine with it. I just have a question on the doors that are drawn here. They're two different types of doors. But I don't understand the top, the top, I don't know what elevation that is. It's west, east, it must be north. So that door looks like an interior door. Like I would want a more cabana type door, but that's me personally.
Yeah.
And I don't understand why isn't it like just dead center. But other than that, I'm fine with it.
Okay. Thanks, Abby. John? John?
Is
Carrie,
he there?
how about you?
I think it's fine too. I think, yeah, I don't think anyone's gonna see it, which is too bad because it's kind of cute. I like the little chimney.
Yeah. Okay. Did we lose John?
I'm sorry?
Oh, no, there you are. Comments on this, John?
I have no comments on this one.
All right. Well, it sounds like it's going to get approved. So,
It's palatable.
Make a motion to approve.
yeah, now the only thing we should probably append just to dot our i's and cross the t's is if you could submit, Val, revised drawings that show the outdoor shower on the east and west elevations.
Yep, through
And
staff.
Diane, can that be part of your motion?
Yes,
All
through
right.
staff,
Yeah, through
approve
staff, definitely.
with completed drawings.
Correct. All right, thanks. That's Diane's motion. On that motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
All right, and I'm in favor, so motion carries.
Thank you.
So that's that. All right, thanks. Okay, so now we're at 2 Sand Plain, number 7. Val, you're back with us, I think.
Yep.
All right. And do we have somebody here to represent this?
Yes, right here.
Okay. You want to give your name for the record, just?
My name is Justice Machado, representing Swimming Pool and Spa Design.
There you go. Thanks. Okay, go ahead.
So, do I talk or do you guys talk? It's my first time doing this with you guys.
Now you get to talk first.
Okay.
I'll tell you what to say if you want.
Time for,
Basically tell us, so we see the pool.
yes,
See the
it's right
pool.
here. And
All
then
right.
the hexagon markings along the shoulder, those are all 6-foot plantings.
Okay,
Right
describe the
here.
plantings. Are they
You can see
deciduous?
right here, it says continuous shrub where shown in the upper left quadrant, 60 inch. And
Okay,
that is to obscure any kind of sight from the street, from Beachgrass Road.
okay.
And then the dotted line is the fence. And I did send Kathy a highlighted version to show the fence. I did send it to her after the first application. She requested it. And that dotted line is the fence around the property. It does close off between this shed here. On the back left quadrant, you'll see 60-inch high fence with self-latching gate, which would be the only place that's visible from Sandplace Drive.
Can I interrupt you just for a
Sure.
second?
Sure.
I'm going to interrupt you just because a couple of questions are sort of springing up on this.
Yep.
The fence is a proposed fence, right? It's not an existing fence.
Correct.
And what
Proposed,
kind of fence?
It,
right?
it has wood with steel cables, and I have I did send the paperwork on the fence to Kathy as well. And let me see, and I can pull it up in my file here.
That sounds different.
Okay, so there's a few things here that I just want to bring out.
Yep.
One, code, if you don't have you do have an
We have
automatic.
an automatic cover.
All right, so then you don't,
Welded wire fence.
you don't need any fence.
Correct, but there will be a welded wire fence just for a precautionary measure.
Okay, which is fine, but a few things on that.
Sure.
It doesn't need by code to be 60 inches high. It only needs to be 48 inches high. And this board right here wants the fence to be on the inside of the
Right.
planting, not on the outside. Because
Correct.
we, with all due respect to you and your client, we don't want to see the fence. We want to see vegetation. And
Yep.
so we want you to flip those two things. We want you to take and put the fence on the inside of where your vegetation is, not the outside.
And it will be. I already spoke to Kathy about that last week, and then I
okay.
spoke to the client, and he's absolutely fine with that.
Oh,
He thought that you guys would have wanted it on the outside. So, and there's a picture of the fence right there, 48 inch.
Why would we want to look at a fence?
It depends on the fence, I suppose. If it was chain link, it'd be one thing, but cedar welded wires.
yeah, it
You
doesn't.
can look at the fence and we'll look at the vegetation.
Okay.
Yes, so it will be flipped.
All right. So those were my initial things. But now, but by the way, these photographs, this is the house?
Correct.
All right. So it's rather
Out there.
desolate.
Yeah, it's
Your vegetation is going to
looks
be
like
the worst
Scottsdale.
vegetation in this whole place.
yeah, it's a brand new lot. Brand new construction.
Apparently so.
So,
All right. Well, it'd be nice to get some vegetation out there. So-
yeah, well, we don't want to tear it up, go put the pool in and then run over everything with trucks and have to do it twice.
Yeah, makes good sense. All right. So listen, thanks for the presentation. And now I'm going to see what the board has to say about this.
All right, sure, I'll mute myself.
Yeah.
Or should I leave it open?
We might have questions for you.
Sure, okay.
Okay. So who would like to begin on this one?
I'll begin.
There's Diane. Okay, go ahead, Diane.
I have a problem, I guess, with the amount of vegetation, all the same going around 3/4 of the property. This is out in the in the dunes practically. And this is not typical of the dunes. If you have automatic cover, you're not trying to, what are you hiding? It's got to be more relative to the vegetation than what they've got. We don't need a fence, particularly one that he's shown pictures of with the chicken wire and the stalks. I don't think that is one that would be found there. I think the pool and the vegetation has got to be looked at again. It's on a corner lot, I guess, from what I have here. And so it's seen from both sides. It's seen everywhere. And the vegetation is going to be important because, as he said, it's a new lot. And it's going to be the beginning of existing lots out there. And it has to be more relative than all that 6-foot high cedar or whatever he's thinking of planting. Please go into something that is more natural than that kind of thing. What are you hiding? It's got to cover. We don't need
their pool.
Hang on, let's let Diane finish and
I thought
then
that was a question.
I think it
That's
was
it.
a rhetorical question. Okay, thank you, Diane. B?
Yeah, I agree. A fence and vegetation around the whole lot looks like you're doing something back there. What I would do is, so it's on a corner, so it has a high profile, so you kind of have a responsibility to the public passing by of, that beautifying that corner. I would start the fence behind the garage and pull that over, pull the fence to the main house, and then on the upper, put the fence just, going from the main house back towards the right-hand side of the lot, and do the corner, beautify the corner, vegetate the corner the way one would do responsibly, instead of sort of just closing yourself in. Think in a more open world
Right.
way. So that's what I would do. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Carrie, not Carrie. Val.
That.
Yeah, I think it just needs to be finessed a little bit. With our caveat, cannot be seen at time of inspection and thereafter in perpetuity. The onus is on them to make sure it's screened. I think for myself, I just don't really understand where there's fence. I can see some writing, but maybe if it was like color coded or something. I do agree with maybe leaving the corner open instead of closing it off with 6 feet of whatever it's going to be. It just needs a little more finessing and show where the patio is. I know there's some photos of the kind of patio material, but I don't really see where that is going. So it just needs more information.
Right. Okay. Thanks, Val. John.
Yes, no, I still find this is little structure like this is a nice little thing to have there. I think it's compatible for the whole area there. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, John. So I'm going to kind of recap where I think the board is on this, and that is, interestingly, you have a very bold line that is both the property line and kind of sort of the extent of the fencing, which would have the fencing even running across the driveway. So that's clearly not what your intention is.
That is not what the fence line is, sir.
It's not. Okay.
Yes, if you look up, and there's a light gray line and a bold black line. The
right?
light gray line is just behind the bold black line. And you can see the
Oh, boy. Okay, I
going.
see it. I do see it. You're right. So the fencing is stopping behind the garage.
It is, and the vegetation, because it's two Sandplain Drive, is not in front of the house, so you can see the front of the house from the yard.
All right.
I'll add that the vegetation is 60 inches, not 6 feet, so it's 5 feet tall, and which any standard adult could see over that.
Right, but like, okay, so there's some pushback, I think, on this 5-foot high fence. Like you
4 foot
don't,
high fence and a 5 foot high vegetation.
well, I understand that, but so
Okay.
vegetation being 5 feet high is fine. It's just that we don't particularly want to see the fence. Now, so I get the side of the garage. That's very straightforward. Now, if we, Holly, if you're the one controlling the screen, if you could move the image down a little bit so I can see the sand plane, or not the sand plane, the other northern property line. Move it. There you go, beach grass. Okay. So I think what was said among some of the board members is you're running the fencing and the hedging right along the road, beach grass road, that is. If you could pull it back so that it's more in line with the rear L of the house or the porch or something, so that was more open.
Okay.
Now, you seem pretty amenable to this. We might be able to do this through staff if you're amenable to us revising some things.
Yes, I am.
You are, okay. So would somebody care to make a motion that they think would be able to get the approval of a majority, at least, of the board members, now that they know where the fencing is going, et cetera, et cetera?
But don't we need more information about the materials? I mean, the. everything?
I submitted patio and fence material, and there is another image that I also submitted that was a different perspective of the yard. It just was not stamped. It was an image done by an architect.
Okay.
I think that maybe the last one will show the highlighted fence, and then maybe second to last. I'm not in control of the scrolling, so
No, that's Holly.
maybe we could go back to the top and see if it's there.
But, okay, so there was something about the extent of the terracing.
Okay.
I just think it needs to be clarified.
Okay.
Like, I don't know what the vegetation is exactly, or where
We're
the,
looking for your recommendation.
yeah,
Oh,
well,
on the vegetation.
I want to see the vegetation.
Wait,
I want to see it.
hang on. Abby, you finish.
yes, okay, thank you. Yeah, I just need a little more, I mean, I think we can do this really easily. I just need a little more information of vegetation, where vegetation is going, where the patio stuff is. A little clearer on that. I don't think these hexagon shapes, it just needs to be a little clearer to me what exactly you're doing, because it is a high profile corner, and everybody's going to see it. So I'd like to get it right.
Okay, understood. So Diane, you were about to say something.
I'd like to see local native vegetation, not a hedge. There shouldn't be a hedge out there on Sand Plain Drive or Beach Grass Road. It should have local vegetation on it. I want to see where the fence is going. I want to see what the fence looks like. I want to see, as I say, it's a major corner, as I said before, and it needs to fit in and start the way that the street is going to go. The vegetation is very important in this place. The thought of what he's drawn here to me is frightening. Is you've enclosed it in a hedge of 5 feet. It isn't the place to do it. So I would like to see more drawings, more information on the vegetation on what the fence really looks like, how it's going to fit together, where the patio is it going to be outdoor
May I
area
interject?
for people to sit?
The patio is shown.
And we need to have, where is it shown?
The lines around the pool is the patio. It's just a coping, ma'am, and the rest is
Oh,
grass.
okay, so there is no patio. That's
It's
just a
coping. Yep.
Yeah. All right, so the rest is just
So
grass.
all the rest is grass?
Yes.
Okay, good to know. So I'm going to sum this one up for you because I think it sounds like we need to see some revised drawings. So you're going to take the fencing and you're going to move it to the inside of the vegetation. You're looking for our recommendation about vegetation. Diana said indigenous vegetation and not a hedge. And I'm going to add to that by saying you probably should be recommending or proposing evergreen vegetation so that we're going to, when we inspect this pool after it goes in, if we can see through the vegetation when the leaves are off and everything, and if we can see the pool, we're not going to approve it, right? So it needs to be screened year round. And this is something we attach to all the pool applications that come through here, that you won't be able to see them at any time during the year, which sort of means that you want to be doing evergreen vegetation. So
Right.
we'll put it back to you, native vegetation, evergreen vegetation. That's what we want to see on the outside. And we want to limit the amount of fencing to basically the back so that it's for security for the pool, as opposed to trying to wall yourself off from the rest of the community. And that's what some of the board members are objecting to. So with that, I'd like to have a motion from somebody just for some revisions and some further clarification on the drawings.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chair.
So moved.
All right, well, Val beat you to it, Diane, but Diane, what do you say about Val's motion?
No.
She's in. All right, great. Thank you. John?
Repeat the motion, please.
It's to hold for revisions.
Thank you.
All right, you're in? Yes. Okay, Abby? That was yes, boy. And Val on your motion?
Aye.
All right, and I'm in favor too. So thank you. Hope that all made sense to you, and we'll see you next time.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Sorry, the dogs got out again. Sorry, I'm in on that.
No, I actually heard you. So.
Oh, you did?
I did.
These rascals have found a way to get out.
Those little rascals.
I have one question about the evergreen. Is there a specific type of evergreen that you would approve and a type that you would not approve? Just so I don't have to.
That's a very contentious issue on the board. One thing that you're probably not going to get a lot of mileage on is
You're in trouble.
Oh, help me, folks. What's the massive?
Leland Cypress.
Leland cypress.
And the
Don't
arborvitae get chewed up.
An arborvitae get bitten by the deer. So something that's evergreen, but
No
hopefully.
Leland, no arborvitae.
Yeah, no Leland, no arborvitae.
Okay.
The board doesn't like those, and for good reason, I think. Thank you. Good luck. We'll see you next time.
We'll see
Okay.
you next time. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, I need to recuse from the next one, and I think Lisa Botticelli is on board. So I'm gonna, excuse me, mute for a while. Diane, if you could take over, that would be great.
Hello.
Oops. Diane?
I'm here, just
Okay,
waiting to see. Just
Okay.
got the
All right.
picture.
I'm gonna-
Hi.
So
Hi,
Lisa,
everybody. How are you guys?
hi,
This is an
how are
application.
you?
I'm good, thank you. This is an application that you've seen before. It is for, originally we came to the board asking for batten board on all 4 elevations and you said no. And so we are back asking for it on just the elevation that faces into the yard.
Okay,
Because I don't think it's
being that is the west
That would be the west, and it's
Is
not.
that the west elevation?
Yes.
Yeah.
And because the other building is going in front of it, which the foundation is currently poured, you know, you just won't see back into the backyard from that elevation.
Okay. And is what the batten is going to be natural to weather?
Natural to weather, and the trim is gray. On the
Okay. All right. Let's see what people say. Val,
I actually went down and looked at this, and you can see it from
Brand from the other side.
Yes,
Correct. Right.
and it's above the hedge, and it's yeah, you can see it.
Well, I think the intention is to vegetate from on that side to not have visibility into the yard. It's just not done yet. I mean, you know, could it be approved for lack of visibility in perpetuity from that side?
Madam Chair, I do have HSAB comments on this application.
oh, okay, Holly, let us have them before we make a statement.
Thank you. HSAB took a look at this on April 26th. Their concerns were debatable visibility, but see no reason to introduce barn siding in Brant Point where none ever existed. Prefer shingles. So they've had that same stance all along. Those are their comments, Madam Chair.
Yeah. And they haven't changed since the last time, have they? Okay, Val, what you got to say?
I think you can see it, so that's my concern. If they want to screen it and then have us go back and look at it, it's probably fine, but right now you can see it.
Right, because I would say that.
Okay,
I mean,
thank you.
Sorry, I'll let everybody speak.
Abby,
Yeah, I agree with HSAB. I think, you know, if I knew we weren't going to see it for sure, maybe but I think introducing this, you know, we're starting to introduce it to the middle of the island, and I've seen it a little bit out in Pulpus here and there, but it doesn't, Brant Point, it doesn't come to mind as the right kind of siding. I'm sorry to say.
Well, I think the best thing to do then is just to hold this until the planting goes in, and then we'll revisit it.
There you go.
Because they are planting the back of the yard, and I'll talk to Dave Ryan about, you know, heavily planting from that viewpoint, because that's the intention. And I'll just get the vegetation in and make sure he puts in non-deciduous vegetation. Does that make sense?
so maybe we could get a motion saying to hold for revisions of the planting plan.
Yeah, a view,
That
I
sound
would
good?
say, because they're going to be planting
That what you,
yeah, they're going to be planting that area soon. So I would rather have him complete the planting
okay,
so you can physically see the plant
a
material.
planting plan and a,
I'll make a motion
Okay.
for a view,
can I get,
Madam Chair. I'll make a motion
okay,
for a view of the vegetation in place so we can see if we can see the siding of that.
Okay, and also you won't view it until I let you know that
All
it's
right.
planted, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Don't
Yeah.
want to waste your time.
hold on for a minute. Let me sure that Johnny has said what he wanted to say.
Of course.
Johnny?
Yes. I find it's inimical to the neighborhood. It's not harmonious to any structure down there with all, I want to see more detail of drawings of what those squares are, like a garage door. And I guess that's the water table right there at the bottom of that. And the two big windows,
Okay, well, that,
two big windows on the west elevation.
that,
Yes, they should be eliminated. There's nothing like that in the neighborhood unless it's a garage door. And it shouldn't be. Thank you.
okay. All right, Johnny. So we have a motion ahead for a view and minor revisions. Is that all right, Abby?
Yes, please.
Oh, just to clarify, I don't think I'm making any revisions. We're gonna do a
No,
view.
just the view and the vegetation.
Yeah, okay.
Right. Okay. Very good. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know whether Carrie's still here or not.
I am here and I'm happy
She
to
had to
wait
go
to
in-
view. No, I'm here for another 10 minutes, but I'm happy to wait for a view to see if it's visible.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Val, on Abby's motion,
Aye.
Johnny on the motion,
Yes, repeat the motion. You're gonna hold it for reviewing?
Yes.
yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Carrie
Aye.
and Val, Abby,
Yes. Yes.
thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank
That
you.
was thank you. Thank you,
Okay,
Callie. Callie for still being there. Thank you. That will be good. Okay.
Thank you. Next up, 10 and 12 Canterbury.
I'm here.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
can I just have like a 2-minute break?
Uh,
Carrie's still
Carrie,
here?
Yep.
Sarah, you're here for 10 minutes. We probably could knock it through this in 10.
Yeah, I can hang for
All
sure.
right, great. Thank you. All right,
Thank
go ahead.
you.
Of course.
Okay. All right. Mirka,
Hi there. Good evening.
how's it going?
Good.
So you got a pool.
Yes. So this is the one of the Canterbury's properties. It's the lot pool size of 16 by 54. It's in the rear side of the house. We will be creating additional screening in addition of the natural screening we have. I would like to bring more of the landform, separating from the Canterbury Road towards the back, enhancing any additional screening. So in this pool will not be visible. It wouldn't be, it's not going to be visible. It's behind, fully screened behind the building and the vegetation. In addition to it, I'm using the combination of the Goshen irrigable stones for patio and then regular granite for the pavers and some decks at grade. For the material for the driveway, it's driveway shell, which is as a part of the neighborhood, and the Belgian block apron as well.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Mirka. Did we get HSAB on this one?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we do have sconset advisory comments.
Hmm.
They did notate that that's probably not going to be visible from the road. However, there was a comment about it being extremely large. But obviously the purview for you all is visibility. Those are their comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks. All right. Who would like to start on this?
I'll do it.
Thanks, John.
Okay, my comment is this, on Canterbury, what is the blue wrapped around the swimming pool on the drawing?
Oh,
Is that bushes or what is it?
you mean the bubble kind of thing, John?
Yeah, yeah,
That's just showing that that's what she's proposing. Like that's what we're looking at. There's a few things that were bubbled. This, the apron by the road, that's bubbled. And is there anything else?
No. Then the rest of the patios is
Oh
just
yeah,
more.
there's another one. Right. So
I think it's approval the way it is. It's self-explanatory.
okay. Well, that's good to know. All right, John. Thank you. Who next?
I'll go.
All right. Thank you, Diane.
As far as I think the pool is too big, it is 6 feet short of being 60 feet long, double the width of most houses downtown. Unless they're running an Olympic team exercise place, it is too long. There are going to be places where you're going to be able to see it. They can't plant as much and have it look natural. There's no point in, I think you have to keep an area looking natural. It's in a sand area, and it shouldn't be so thick with planting to protect a 60-foot long pool that that it puts up a barrier for half around a big rectangle of planting. I think it needs to be smaller to come back to the beginning of the lawn, where the lawn goes straight across and where you have those 4 or something or others up by the lounge deck. It's to come back to that length and at least be in somewhat in the confines of the house. So that's what I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Abby, you ready?
Yeah, I am sorry, I don't really have anything to add. I mean, it's just too hardscaped and too large a pool, and it's all been said. So I don't have really anything to add. Thanks.
Okay, Carrie.
Well, I believe Mirka when she says this won't be visible, but I also agree with Diane that it won't be visible because it's going to have a wall of not necessarily natural planting around it. I don't know what the perimeter of the property is in terms of the vegetation that's already there. But it's pretty darn long.
If I may just answer Carrie's question, it's as of now, and you can even see on GIS map, the property is not cleared. It's still as at existing vegetation, and you see 2 lines: property line and setback line. The all natural vegetation is scrub oaks, bayberry blue, and viburnum with some cedars. Average vegetation is in the height of 10 to 12 feet. I am not intending, we want to kind of belong to the natural vegetation. So as you can see, I'm maintaining 20 feet undisturbed buffer between the property lines and the back or the neighbors. And if I, of course, will be enhanced as needed just to maintain the privacy. And just to the addition or the comment of Diane, even there is a garage of the street, so even the garage will be blocking, if any, even that will be blocked by the structure. That's it. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, that helped.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever seen a swimming pool and a spa. Like, this is just. And Diane's right. This is all because of vegetation that we're not going to see this. And yet Canterbury, this is Canterbury Lane, right?
Yes.
So we're down on Low Beach Road where the natural dunes are rolling little dunes and seagrass. So we're relying on vegetation that isn't really natural to the environment.
Okay. I actually disagree with that because Mirka just showed an aerial photo that shows that this entire site, or most of it, is covered with scrub oaks, which are 10 feet tall. So as long as the existing vegetation stays there, I see that this thing's going to be invisible. So Mirka, I don't know, you have some things you need to think about because John and I think are basically okay with this, but you have 3 people that are concerned about the length of the pool and how it's going to be screened. Of course, this pool, like any other pool, would have the the language that protects us in terms of being visibility with, or having no visibility as a result of screening. But
Right.
yes,
Sorry, I'm not against it. I believe that it will be invisible. I do think it's excessively long, but that's not a deal breaker because I do think it will be invisible. So.
oh, okay, well, so, but the other thing that you did say, Carrie, I think, is that you were making a distinction between artificial sort of like planted vegetation and natural vegetation. And I know that the vegetation out there on the Canterbury side, not the other side of Low Beach Road, the Canterbury side is scrub oaks, which are quite tall and quite opaque, as opposed to dune grass. So that's where my comfort is.
Right.
But anyway, so does somebody want to make a motion on this of some kind and see where it goes?
Maybe a motion to submit a list of what the vegetation is going to be, since it's going to take a lot. Can we do that?
Mirka, would you oblige us on this? So you're showing indigenous stuff, and also showing some planted stuff. I think that what Diane is suggesting is that we know what that planted stuff is, so that it's not like, you know, privet or something like that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Is that something what could maybe be done through the staff, or just, you know, you already seen?
Well, you know, staff doesn't typically review.
Okay, no problem. I will provide the list of the plans. Because I know how the agent that takes longer, so just thought if I can help out that way. So
I think that you would certainly have support for this, just identified that vegetation. Okay, so Diane, your motion was to provide a list of what the new planting would be. Is that correct?
Yeah.
That's the motion.
I think it's important to know what it's going to be and whether, you know, how it's going to fit in with Canterbury, which is down on the dunes. And I think that's important to maintain and, you know, the environment there.
All right. So,
Chairman,
yes, John.
you realize as you go at this, you get the swimming pool on the left side,
Yeah.
go over to the right side,
Yeah.
and he's got two dozen aprons here, or one.
Two, but it's two lots, John.
I didn't see that. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion is just to hold this to identify what the new vegetation would be for screening of the pool. That was Diane's motion. On that motion, Abby.
Aye.
Carrie.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Thank you, Mirka.
thank you.
Okay.
Ray, I've got to go.
Okay. Hey, listen, thanks for hanging in there.
Thank you.
Talk to you later.
See you Thursday.
Okay. Yeah. A 28 Main. And is Val back?
I am.
Okay, great. Matt, are you with us?
I am, Mr. Chair.
Okay, great. You want to roll?
Sure. So this is very simple. It's just the addition of a half round window on the elevation, the rear elevation there. It's actually on the west elevation, sheet A 2.2. Historic structures, or Wisconsin Advisory Board, I believe, did review this. It was a number of weeks back, but as I recall, I don't think they were overly concerned about it. So that is the only change, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Wow, that's simple. So Holly?
Yes, Mr. Chair, this probably could have been put on consent, but it is a historic structure nonetheless. Obviously, you know that this is a contributing individually significant structure, 1833 Frederick Mitchell Cottage, in the half round themed window. There was no concerns from Sconset nor staff. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sounds good. All right, thank you. Okay, who wants to start on this very difficult application?
I would motion to approve.
I'll start.
Uh, uh, Well, Val has made a motion to approve, but Diane, what do you think about that motion?
I would say aye.
Oh, okay. So let's run through it then. So Val has made a motion to approve. Diane is in favor. John, on the motion to approve?
I'm looking at a photo right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, wait a minute, look at it here, yeah. Tennis station, okay, I get it, it's 28 Main Street.
Yep.
I find it's compatible,
Okay, so you're in favor of the motion then?
yes.
All right, thank you. Abby?
I'm not in favor.
Okay, and Val on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor, so motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Thank you, Matthew.
Thank you.
I'm sure we'll see you a little later on. I haven't checked. Okay, 25 Dukes Road. Do we have Chuck? Chuck, are you there?
I am here. Yes.
All right,
Hello,
thank
Rick.
you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone else.
Okay.
I have an application for some solar hot water panels that would go on an existing shed. Or what do we have first? We've got the house, maybe.
No, first thing up is solar panels on shed roof. So keep talking about
Yeah,
that.
but the application that's up is the house.
Oh.
I'm looking for both buildings, so I have 2 applications.
Hey, look, so it's going to be solar panels on your house and on your shed, right?
Correct. And so the one that we're looking at is the house, and I already have on the house, there's that whole bank of panels on that south elevation that was approved.
Right.
When you pass this, I had asked for panels on the upper roof on the south elevation, which we removed. And I've come back now looking to add panels on that upper mass, but facing west. So from the south, you would only see the edge of the panels on that gable that peaks up over the ridge there. And that western facing elevation is visible farther down Dukes Road, kind of, there's a couple spots where you can peek through, and I have some photographs that show that.
That would be great.
The building is up and in place, and the photographs. So there's that main roof form has panels approved, and I show a little line where I'm looking to add them on that gable that's kind of red colored peeking above.
Okay.
Right there. And if you
Oh,
go
yes,
down.
that's the shed where they're going. The shed is in the background there.
That's correct. And
Yeah.
that's a separate application.
Right.
And this is a little farther down the road where you can peek up and you start to see them. But again, that roof plane in the foreground has approved panels.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And now this is quite a ways down. And so that's going to show that roof plane where it's visible. The shed is on the left. My existing house, which is on the right, that is a full plane of of panels. And I think the point I make from there is that I have panels on that roof, and I have a black roof, and the panels in the roof kind of disappear. They blend together.
Hey, Chuck, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
So your proposal is for, I believe you said hot water solar,
Well,
right?
It's hot water on the shed, not on the main building. It's all my electrical.
Okay, so it's going to be flat. Because
Correct.
the hydronic ones, are a lot thicker.
Correct.
Okay. So it will be just like the ones you already have on your house.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. That's your house, right? Yeah.
That's the existing array on the house. Yes.
Mhm. Okay. All right.
That's in a butter with solar shingles.
Yeah, that was the experiment, and thank goodness that was the experiment.
Yeah. Boy.
I'll go
Yeah,
since
please.
I seem to be the solar
Yes, you
Nazi.
are. You're the czarina.
I appreciate that it's not the front of the house like your existing house, because we really are trying to stick to that. So I have no problem with this. What color are the shingles, Chuck?
They're a dual black.
Okay.
It's actually a charcoal. It's the charcoal black, and that's the same shingles that are on that main house roof. I think they call it charcoal.
Thank you. Thank you for working with us with our guidelines. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Val. Diane, what do you think?
Well, it's quite an array. I don't know how far down going towards Nantucket Road or the other way towards Hawthorne that that you can see the panels. Check going which way can you see the panels?
Diane, that picture where the plane opens up is actually down. It's farther down towards Hawthorne. And in fact, I don't know if it's down near Carrie's house or before Carrie's house, I think, is where you can look back and see that's where that western plane starts to open up a little bit. And again, it was only at a driveway. It's not like that's an open area. I was standing in a driveway opening where, and if you look at the photos again, it's the brushes sticking up, starting to capture that view. And now that it's going to fill in, and those photos were taken back in March, I think, when it's really barren. So that's the extreme visibility.
I don't know the water solar panels so much. Are they very reflective, so you're going to get sun off them and shine out into the landscape, or are they going to be just like regular solar panels?
They're a black matte glazed and a black background. They have
okay.
Yeah, so they're supposed to be black, like similar to the ones on the roof. And these are not on the house. On the house, those are the same panels on the south facing elevation on the house.
Right.
The water ones are on the little shed, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, well, I don't have a problem. It's just the more information we can get about the solar panels, the better it is. What works well, what doesn't work, what's obvious. But Duke's Road is becoming a very important place. Can't move before going down there.
It used to be a nice quiet place.
Would be, yeah, in the old days. Okay, that's all. I just wanted to understand that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Abby.
Yeah, I think I'm okay with this because it's going on a black charcoal roof. It's got all of that brush before it for distraction, and it's tilted back, I think, on a gable. So I think I'm okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. John.
Yes, question. Where are the solar panels on the shed roof?
That's the next application, John. We'll see that in a minute. So what we're looking at right now is the main house and just these panels that you see circled in red.
I got your rooftop solar, yeah. Now, somebody mentioned a tar colored roof for use on solar panels. Is that something new?
You mean the black roof?
Not the black roof, no. There was mention of rooftop solar main house.
Yeah.
All right, that's there. All right. It's during the conversations, they said there was a new type of shingle for
No, John, those were some shingles that were on a neighbor's house that didn't really work because they're very shiny.
That was presented to us by Dow. I did that application.
Wait a minute. Now, wait a minute, I'm not through yet. He's jumping in all the time. All right, my question is that he's, yeah, that roof, that's on the rooftop or somebody else's house. All right, on the other one here, so solar on the main house and solar panels on the shed roof. Where is that shed roof visible from?
John, we're not reviewing the shed now. We're just reviewing the main house.
Oh, either one. Okay, on the main house?
Yeah, just what you're looking at.
Okay, well, there was something about shingles. Now, what was that about? I'm trying to get myself educated on those shingles. They said a black roof with black solar.
All we're
Yeah.
reviewing right now is more solar panels on a house where they were already approved, and they're very, very hard to see from Duke's Road or anywhere. Are you okay with that?
I got him, Reese. I got him. Thank you.
All right. Val, can you make a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Val. On that motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Thank you, Val.
Aye.
All right, and I'm in favor. All right, now we're going to take a look at these panels on your shed.
Yeah, good.
All right,
So
there's the
just a
shed.
quick note, the shed is just over, it's 17 feet high to the peak.
Mhm.
That sets well back on the property. The panel thickness is 3.5 inches.
Oh, I thought they were way thicker than that.
This is a 3.5 inch panel. It drains back into a tank, a holding tank in the building, so it doesn't hold all the water in it. And but I've got a 3.5 inch thickness, and it probably floats off the roof about 1.5 inches. So it'll
Not
be very similar to the other panels.
Yeah, okay, very good. And you only have 2 of them.
I only have 2. I mean, I could add a third if you thought it looked better to have more on the roof, but the 2 will.
Okay. There it is, folks.
I think this is a fine application, Mr. Chair. It's a secondary structure on the property. It's also a greenhouse. It's perfectly appropriate. I would move to approve.
Okay, so Val has actually made a motion to approve this application. I'm going to run through the board and see how that works. Diane, on that motion.
I think it's good. I don't know why he doesn't add a third.
Okay, so
Let me
Chuck,
get
you
his-
want to add a third?
If I could, I'd like to do that, please.
Let's do it. Val, are you okay with that, adding a
I
third?
am so okay with that.
Okay, great. All right, so we're adding a third. Diane, you're in favor of that?
Yeah, I was the one who proposed it.
All right, thank you. John, on the motion?
I have a question. Is Mr. Linhart the owner of the house structure?
I am.
He looks familiar. Okay, thank you. I'm in favor.
All right, thanks. Abby?
I think we should go for a 4th.
It'll be hanging off the side of the roof. So you're in favor of the motion?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, and I am, Val, on your motion?
Aye.
All right, and I'm in favor too, so that motion carries. Thank you, Chuck Lenhart.
Thank you.
I'm going to call you tomorrow about that greenhouse. I want to know where you got it.
Yep.
Okay, so now we're on to 3 Waterview Drive. Linda?
That would be me.
That would be you. Go ahead.
Pretty simple. You guys got a gander at the pool before and then we combined the two. I don't know.
Well, the first thing you have up is the new dwelling.
Yeah, the new dwelling, it's simple. There are 2 houses that access from Waterview. I couldn't even figure out where I was going when I got out there. You go
Okay.
down Okra, instead of turning left towards the airport, you turn right
Okay.
and then you turn right again.
Oh, yeah.
You
Yeah.
go down and you're dead end there. I believe Mr. Attorney Bailey is representing the guy beyond us who does not have a Waterview address, who does not access his property from Waterview. We are very similar to the structure to our east, which is, I believe, number 1 Waterview. I'm not sure that's the address, but that's what it is. Road dead ends at our property. There's a tremendous amount of foliage. I do have pictures in here. The house is similar to other houses out there. It's heavily vegetated lot. You can see the guy next to us has basically the same setup we do. That's the Okra house down the street from us. And this water view is right there. See the pool, we're just to the right of this. So you see the pool behind the house. The house has similar elements with gables. Again, you have to want to be there to go down that road. This is the guy next door to us. We have the same setup he does. If you want to go down further, I took some pictures of the road, but that's all right. Yeah, you might as well stay there. Might as well stay on the elevations.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice to see what the house actually looks like. There we go.
Pretty simple. You won't really be able to see it except for the driveway cut, and that's only obliquely. The pool is completely invisible because it's behind it and it's got vegetation, heavy vegetation.
Linda, let's stay on the house because that's what we're supposed to be reviewing. We'll talk about the pool next. Okay, so how tall is it?
I believe it's 28 and change. I haven't looked at it for a while. 29 and change, same height as the guy next door.
Colors, black sash.
And I believe it's white trim, but as I say, it's been a while waiting for it to come up. So you have to go back to the application.
Painted white, got it.
Yep.
Says white trim.
Yep.
Now there's this horizontal shiplap painted white I will call everyone's attention to.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's set back in. It's not dissimilar to the guy next door, but it's up to you guys. They thought it was a nice element just to dress up something out there.
All right. Okay.
Well dressed.
Dressed.
Let's go around the house. So we've seen the north.
The left and the east and west are going to be basically invisible because of the vegetation and how far back it's setting. And the rear is completely invisible, like the guy next door.
Rear meaning south?
Yeah.
Hmm.
And the east and west are impossible to see because they're sort of blanked by the other house and the other property and the screening.
Okay.
I know it's a little irregular, but they figured they wanted those sides because you couldn't see them.
Okay. Anything further, Linda?
No.
Where's your site plan?
A site plan?
Yeah.
All right, let's go back to the site
There
plan.
we go.
Here's site plan.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, thank you.
That's good. And now, Linda, you sort of, gave me an indication there might be some people that want to speak on this application. So before I turn it over to the board, if anyone wants to speak on this application, what you want to do is unmute, give your name for the record, and either what your address is or who you happen to be representing.
Provided I get to comment after his comments, because I know what his comments are going to be and we have a rebuttal.
We could answer this on other applications.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dan Bailey. I'm a land use attorney at Pierce Atwood in Boston.
Yep.
I represent Doug Keppel, who owns the abutting property to the west at 27 Okra.
Okay.
Just quickly, I want to note that Three Water View is a new 40,000 square foot lot that was subdivided from what is now One Water View to the east. One Water View for historical purposes. It was formerly for Monahanset. There have been discussions between, I haven't talked directly with Linda, but I've talked with council. So there have been some discussions here, and we want to recognize and appreciate that the applicant has proposed a substantial amount of evergreen landscaping along the property line. And my client's initial concerns having to do with some of the potential impacts from the pool have largely been mitigated by that work, but we still have some concerns. And there are two of them. One of them is house location and massing. The house as proposed, and I want to make clear that Linda was commenting about the abutting house. That's the abutting house at One Waterview, not my client's house. We don't have a pool, we have a
Correct.
smaller house.
Mhm.
So as this is currently designed, the house is pretty much lined up with my client's house. And I note that, this is a rural area. It's a mix of 2+ acre lots and acre lots. And the houses are generally scattered as opposed to lined up evenly. And here the lining up of the proposed house with my client's house is sort of inconsistent with the neighborhood pattern. It's also, in a rural area like this, your guidelines suggest that you vary setbacks and things like that, so that you don't get a monotonous look. But our big issue, and this is a perfect site plan to have up. If you look at this lot, it's a funnel-shaped lot. It's much wider at the front along Waterside Drive than at the rear. And what we would like to have the commission and the applicant consider would be moving the house to the north or up and to the east, further into that funnel and a little bit further away from my client's house. That would provide a little bit of an offset in the setbacks. That's our primary concern here, is just a little bit of a relocation, given the advantage of the sort of the geography of this particular lot. The other thing that I'd mention is that, as Linda mentioned, the house is a little over 29 foot tall. According again to your own guidelines, buildings, on page 129, the buildings in this area should not exceed 25 feet tall. I have some comments on the pool, but we're not dealing with those right now, as you made clear to Linda. So I'll hold on those, but those are our comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Now, one thing that I will say is, I probably don't need to tell you this, but we're not supposed to concern ourselves with the views from neighbors' property, and the suggestion to move the house closer to the road kind of goes against, our fundamental thing, which is moving it further away from the road and therefore from public visibility. I'll just say that. But thank you, Dan, and I will let you speak also on the pool, which is up next, as you know.
Thank you.
Board members.
Do I get to comment really quickly on why we're not moving it? We're not moving it. That's all I can tell you. We're not taking any more screening down. And that's it.
Linda, stop. I don't think that you need to rebut that comment. You need to hear what the board has to say.
Yeah, that's what I want to hear.
Linda, we're voting on the application, okay? So I think that we should turn this over to the board. Board members, anybody want to begin on this one?
I will.
Thank you, Val.
But I see a better
Oh.
site plan.
Wait, Diane, was that you?
Yeah,
Diane?
I know for Monahanson, he said that this was divided off for Monahanson. I wanted to see a site plan. I've got that's what I want to see, where it is.
Oh, yeah. So
And going down.
right.
Okay, because it comes down, Monahanson comes down, it comes to that circle. And the 4, I guess, when I was its mailman, I guess 4 was a little bit down further, and that's all part of the property. I just wanted to get a picture of how we got 27 Oakwood in there. Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks, Diane. And so I believe, Val, you were about to comment.
Yeah. So our purview is simply what the structure looks like. I know, we can speak about placement, but the farther away from the road for HDC purposes is better. And I feel like we've become the arbiters of all these zoning the cuts of lots, and it's really, I feel for people, but it's really kind of frustrating to me. So I'm just going to speak about the house. It is a little bit tall at 29 feet, so that certainly could come down somewhat. I know that the Surfside area zoning or Surfside area plan or whatever it was initially said 25 feet. But I don't see that that's an active anything anymore. I don't
Only
really
towards the
even,
water, Val, it was just, I wrote it, and it was only towards the water side that we went down that low.
so, yeah, for me, the
It's
house is pretty basic in design. I am dead set against white horizontal boards anywhere.
Okay.
And I do think that white trim and black windows and doors is too formal. That's something you'd see in town on a Greek revival.
Okay.
So I think something has to be rethought, black with natural trim or white with something else, but not the two together. And
How
that
about
is
gray
my
trim?
only comments at the moment. Thank you.
Okay,
What
thanks.
about gray trim, Val?
Linda, stop.
I'm just taking notes.
Right.
Can I go?
Yes, you may. Thank you, Diane.
I think I would like to see the house. It doesn't need to be a block house out there with everything copied from one side to the other. This area is very informal. It's going down on an old walkway to the beach. And this house looks like it should be in Birdland or somewhere. I would like to see the front door, as Val mentioned, I find it totally inappropriate. I don't know what the tall windows on either side of that door are. That it is not. It should come down. It should have more separation of dormers, gables. It should look more informal with what is out there. This is not what is at the end of Monahamset or Okawah or wherever, or even Surfside. So it needs to be simpler. It needs to have a new type of front door, and it needs the windows on the second floor. I don't know, I can't see what elevation that is. If you could go down under where it says full depth egress windows, the next elevation down below, what is that one?
West,
the
that's
front
the
one,
west
it's-
elevation.
It needs to have its windows are chaotic all over. There isn't two windows that are the same. It needs to be a simpler house. There should be some one-story additions to it. This is not in town. This is not in Goaki land. This has enough land to bring down something to a one-story added material. And it needs to follow our rules, which is additive massing, and there is none. So that's what I have to say to begin with.
Okay, Diane, thank you very much. Abby?
Yeah, well, from the look of the site plan, or the, what's it called, when you can see the actual photograph of the trees?
Oh, the aerial photo?
Yeah, it
Yeah.
looks, it looks like it's pretty vegetated. So I don't have a problem with the first floor anomalies. I do, however, think the color choice is too harsh for this landscape. I'd like to see like an all gray or softer approach to, especially the second story, because I think you'll see that. As for the architecture, it looks a little formal as well. But I just don't have any ideas of what to say. It's the coloring, it's the choice of color that's striking me as being out of place. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Abby. John?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I like the natural cedar railings. They look nice. As far as the structure itself, I had one comment, I wrote it down here. What's the height of this new dwelling?
Yeah, it's up there.
Yeah, that's,
Linda,
I- we know it-
29.
wait,
29 and change.
29.
if it's,
29, John.
if it's up there, we can find it. The other comment was, it looks like, is that a heavy roof cap on top there?
It's a
It looks awful large compared to the size of the house.
It's just the way the drawing came out, John. It's just a ridge cap.
Okay, all right, regular cap, yeah. Now, okay. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. So I share the concern about the colors, black and white, difficult. I share the concern about the formality. I also, the height combined with the fact that this is a very long, uninterrupted ridge, I find to be like the most difficult part of this application. I'd like to see the ridge come down and ideally get shorter. It seems to dominate the whole thing. You've got these very subordinate kind of little gables. So the ridge length and its height, for me, are the largest issues. Colors we can work with. It sounds like there's a number of people that want to have those changed. So those are my comments. Would somebody care to make a motion on this, please?
Motion to hold for revisions.
Thank you, Abby. On that motion, John.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Val.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. All right, so now let's move along to the pool.
The pool was originally on consent, but you wanted it held for the, the whole site plan, remember?
Right,
But
right.
nobody had any problems with the pool. It looks just like the pool next door to us, but it was, they just wanted to put them together so they had some context.
Yep. And these are your plantings?
Yep.
Okay. Is that it, Linda?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to approve it by itself, at least I can order it.
I want to talk about the hardscape.
Hang on. So, well, but also I promised Dan that he could speak on the pool because I think that his client has concerns on the pool. So Dan, if you're there, you can unmute and tell us what your concerns.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have concerns on the pool, and we heard a little bit about this earlier on another matter. Again, I don't appear before this board very often, and Linda's right. I'm much more of a zoning and often wetlands person. But one of the things that struck me as I was reading your guidelines is that in rural areas like this, while you're not a zoning board, it also says that the guidelines are to disturb as little ground cover as possible. Well, what we have here is, a relatively small lot, 40,000 square feet, compared to the lot next door that was carved out of, it's half the size of it. That's a 1.9 acre lot. So I don't think it's, in many respects, a very good comparison. And this is a 50 by 20 pool. It's a pretty big pool with a big pool deck and, other impervious surface. And so there's a substantial impact to the amount of impervious surface and disturbance of ground cover, which is not really, yes, at one word water view, I'll agree with Linda, it's fairly similar, but you've got a lot that's twice the size. And when you compare it to my client's lot, which is much closer in size, the amount of ground cover here is significantly more. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dan.
Mr. Chairman, 2 comments.
No.
It doesn't count for ground cover. We moved it over to the right, away from him as far as we can, and it's not visible from a publicly traveled way. End of story.
Okay, thank you, Linda. Who would like to start on this one?
I will.
Thank you, John.
And question, Mr. Chairman, that's not a long one. Where it says received April 15th. On the right, it's got estimated habitats of rare wildlife. I got 1, 2, 3 of them there.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, it's 4. He doesn't say what they're using for wildlife, for habitat. There's nothing written here. And I think they should, a lot of them put in what they're going to use, bushes, whatever, trees to block the view. And I think that ought to be submitted to this commission to go over it and look at it.
They're on the other sheet, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry?
They're on the other sheet, John.
Yeah, so.
Below that.
I'm sorry, I want to get interrupted, okay, please?
But
I mean,
she's showing
thank-
you what the vegetation is.
I didn't ask her, I was asking the chairman.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thank you.
thank you.
All right. Is that it, Sean?
It'd be nice to know what is go there in writing to the commission.
Oh, my God.
Okay, so we're looking at Norway spruce, Japanese cedar, and Leyland cypress as a border. That's what's called out on the western border.
Yeah.
On the western border, okay.
Yeah, that's where all the main screening is going. Is that okay, John?
Yeah, I just, we gotta have something to file with it. So I would like us to get a good look at what's gonna go in there before we make a mistake.
Oh.
I'd like to hold this to get up and go take a look at this place.
All right.
Thank
Thank you, John. Diane?
Yeah, I think on the evergreen screening, you should not use Leyland cypress. We've already talked about that everywhere because Japanese cedar good, Norway spruce good, blue spruce is good. Deer happen to like Leyland cypress and they eat first foot of it. So you've got a good view right into the pool, no problem. I've seen 2 things that say that estimated habitat of rare wildlife. I'd like to know what they are, where they are. One points to a yellow line and the other points to a dotted line. What areas are they? If they go right across where the pool is, so you're what? Never mind that they're rare species. You're going to put a 50-foot pool in.
No, that was established by the state, and that's the limit of work is that green line there.
Okay. Linda, you made a really bad mistake by leaving the rare endangered species
It's
things.
not my plan, Mr. Chairman. I didn't leave it there. It was there.
This stuff has nothing to do with the HDC. This is something that goes to the state. The state authorizes the amount of clearing when there are these areas. It has nothing to do with us.
I didn't put it on there, Mr. Chairman. It was put on there by Lindsay.
Linda, it shouldn't be on there because you can see the amount of confusion that it's creating. And so you should know that. All right. It shouldn't be on there. Okay. Continue, Diane. I'm sorry.
That's all right. The other thing they have coming down is a green poopy line that goes in and out on the west side. What is, it says that's the limit of work.
That's the limit of the clearing. Yes.
Okay, so those other trees are going to get planted on the other side, outside of the limit of work. So I just want to make sure it fit in because that whoopee line is pretty big. This involves the driveway, the turnaround, and I don't know what goes out on the same side as all that planting, but it goes out and says it's the zoning setback. So maybe it would be handy to have a larger, what that green line is. It circles the whole thing. Is that all the limit of work?
Yes.
Ray?
Yeah, I mean, that's basically defining everything that's getting cleared either for the driveway, for the house, for the pool, or in the lower left-hand corner, that's all the septic system, which they obviously have to clear the land because they have to dig up the earth to put the septic system in. So that's why they proposed that clearing. And that, by the way, not germane to us, but that is what the state requires if you are in habitat, which this is.
And Mr. Chairman, the MISA has already approved that green squiggly line
Yeah.
at the state level. So
Well,
that's all we can do. And I think they put it on there so you could see that we can't touch anything outside of it.
okay, thank you. Anything else, Diane?
No, Linda's answered all of it.
Okay, Abby?
Yeah, so what's on the right-hand side? We've talked about the left-hand side. What's on the right-hand side to obscure the pool from anything?
Well, it's only obscured from the neighbor, nobody else, not from the HDC point of view. But if you go back to the aerial, you can see there's a neighbor on the right. And he also has limits, but we have a buffer there that we can't touch along the property line. So he's already cleared what he's cleared over there, and he can't clear anything else either. So it's his property on the right, but it's not visible from any other traveled way.
So to put a bow on that, Abby, the visibility for us, the so-called public way, is that, yeah, right there, not on the side, because that's where the neighbor's property is.
Well, yeah, I mean, I just think that I just want to avoid clearing, brush clearing or whatever it's called. I'd like to see the natural vegetation preserved on that right-hand side as well.
Yep.
So I don't have a problem with this pool. It's far enough off the property line and it's towards the middle of the site, and I don't see it bothering anybody, so I don't really have a problem with the proposed.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Val, did I get you yet?
No.
Okay.
For what we can see from the traveled way, I'm just curious about this pedestrian easement. That seems as though it's a traveled way on the left-hand side of this page. It says 5-foot pedestrian easement.
Yeah, that's curious.
If that is a public pedestrian path, then I do have some concerns about what we're going to see.
What is that?
My understanding that it is a private easement for people, certain people in the area to get to the beach. We did look into that, and it is not, I can't walk down there myself, put it that way. I don't have any rights in it. On top of the fact that it's like my client out there in Matacasham, it's on the opposite side of all the screening. The areas
I'd like
that we
to see a
can't touch.
patron saint who can walk and who can't.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, John.
I have a quick comment,
Yep.
which I will, 3 Waterview Drive for the pool. And I would make a motion to hold us for a viewing. We can go and look at it and say we've seen it. And its visibility from a travel way or a street or a way, that's up to the HDC to decide. But I'd like to see the information they're going to get submitted on both sides of them, of the pool. So I'd like to see that submitted for the next time we meet. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So John, that was a motion to view. And what I would like to roll into that, if you don't mind, is clarification on who has rights within that way, that the easement, the
Pedestrian.
5-foot wide easement. And
It's
Linda,
actually on our property on top of it.
what's that?
It's actually on our property.
Well, okay, that's good. But so we just need to know who has rights to that easement.
Okay.
but, you know, and get the language, and then that will put paid to that bill.
You can't really see it, Mr. Chairman. I just want to warn you, it's very difficult to get down there and turn around. There's nowhere to turn around. I had to back out of that street.
Do you mean
turn
on
around.
the road or on the walking path?
Waterview, and nothing's cut. That's the point. And if you go down Waterview, you're sort of dead ended our property. You're gonna have you cannot turn around. I had to back all the way down that street. So be careful if you go down there.
Okay, well, so that
never
will
see
be
you
in
again.
favor of your lack of visibility thing for the pool, certainly. So I think a site viewing would work very much in your favor. Anyway, John has made a motion to view this, and that would include clarification on who has rights to the pedestrian easement. So on John's motion, Abby.
Aye, and I have to step out for a bit.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Val?
Okay.
Very good. John, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor, so that motion carries. Thank you.
Thank
you all. We'll see you next time. Thanks. Okay, so Steve Thoreau, are you representing? Are you out there?
I'm out here.
You're there.
I'm here.
Okay, so did you just hear that Abby stepped off?
I did hear Abby stepped off.
Now, so are you okay moving forward with a 4-person board?
Yeah, I'm okay moving forward. Being that the fact that as you remember a few weeks ago, that the main house was approved due to lack of visibility at 36 Pocomo Road.
Okay.
This is a garage, second dwelling that goes along with the house. And it is elevationally the change in elevation is 2 feet lower than the elevation of the main house due to the topography of the site.
Okay, well, so basically you're saying we can move forward with a 4-person board.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. So then let's do that.
I think everybody remembers, Mr. Chairman, that the main house was approved due to its lack of visibility at 36 Pocomo Road 2 weeks ago.
I don't actually remember that, but
I must have looked at the wrong lot. Is there a house on it?
There is a house on it, Val, yeah, but the main house was approved. Ray, it's the one, remember you said that we had to raise the back elevation at the back of the house to meet the code?
Oh, gosh.
I know you've seen a lot these days. I'm sorry, but yeah.
I don't remember that.
I don't either, but I went by today and I thought it was 36 Pocomo and there's a house there already. Is it getting torn down?
No, Val, the house was approved as a renovation in addition to the existing residence. This is a secondary garage that goes along with the same property.
I know that, but I could see the house. That's why I'm saying maybe I was looking at the wrong thing.
Okay, so
this house is rather unattractive, as you could see, and it was approved 2 or 3 weeks ago due to its lack of visibility. And Holly can show you, there's the site there in the back, and there is the setting as it is right now.
Oh, yeah. Right. Now, Stephen, or Holly, actually, can we go back to the site plan? So there's Pocomo, no, site plan, please. Okay, so we got a number of different colors going on. The existing house is the green.
Yes.
Which you
So
can.
the garage, which to Val's, this is why I'm saying this, Val. So you're saying that the green existing house you can see. We approved the purple additions, renovations, and now you're requesting a garage, which is obviously in orange, which is closer to Pocomo Road than the house that Val is saying that you can see. Okay.
Slightly closer, I believe it's 72 feet from the road.
Well, that's what your little thing says. So the north elevation, folks, will be the one that's going to be visible from Pocomo Road, if anything is. So now let's go back down to the elevations. And there's our north elevation. That is what's facing Pocomo Road. Okay,
Mr. Chairman, that
This is a garage,
matches the front of the house.
Ray.
yes, Diane. Diane?
Is this a garage? Yes.
Well,
Wait a minute.
garage
Okay.
apartment, yeah. I mean, it's a 2-story building.
So,
Um,
right, so it should come in at 24, right?
It's less than that, Diane.
Mr. Chair, if I may, this is
Gosh.
Kathy. Do you want me to send you the, or send it to Holly, the approval for the house? So you have a context to look at right now?
Well, I think we just saw the house.
Okay.
I just showed them that.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so Stephen, you said that it's less, oh, it's 23 feet something. I can't read the
Yes, 23.4.
23.4. Okay,
It's
so Diane, does that answer your question about the height?
something. Yeah, it looked on mine because I have to use the iPad. It's also small.
Yeah.
It looked like it was saying 26, and I was wondering. Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Okay. Well, so Val, you obviously went out there to look. What's your view of this?
I think my concern is just that it's proud of the house and that's what we're seeing. On the site plan, it shows it some kind of stairway on the west, and I don't see that on the, oh, it's going down to the basement. I just think we're gonna see it, so we should just vote, talk about it the way it looks, and it's next to the house fairly close, so it's just a lot all in one spot. But for me, I think the concern is just maybe that the two masses should have a little bit more differentiation, and perhaps the roof over the garage doors could maybe have a steeper pitch so that it takes up some of the space where those little windows are kind of floating. But I appreciate the height and all of that. It's just, it seemed like it was close to the road.
Mr. Chairman, if we could go back to the site plan for a second, we have wetlands that are issue here. As you can see, we can't move the garage less. You see the wetland line right there, red?
I'm not suggesting you move it west.
Oh, no, I didn't say that, Val. I just want to make you aware that we have wetland issues and we are at Concom for this as well. And that, we're within the 50 to 100 buffer zone and we can't go left with it. We really can't go back with it because we're going to bump up against the existing house.
Hey, Steve.
Yes.
What your wetland issues are not necessarily germane to our discussion. Now, Val is making her concern, she's voicing her concerns about the application, and the way that this normally works is that you don't rebut every single thing that every single person says. We wait until the end, and then we get a consensus view of what the real concerns are. So, Val, have you finished with your
yeah, I just think and I'm trying to be sensitive to what you're contending with, but the little secondary mass I think could be pulled behind the main box. It looks like there's space there. It won't cause you any problems. You might have to reconnoiter the floor plan a bit, but it seems as though that for me would assuage some of my concern.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Val. Diane.
I think that I agree with Val. I think it needs to be because it's got room. It looks like it's got room to come back and stay outside the 100-foot line, or between 50 and 100 feet, come back. You've got plenty of space to make it fit in. I would see if you could break it up a little bit so you get some one-story additions. Everybody's given up with our additive massing mission
Hmm.
and presents all this stuff. And I think we really need to try to keep some additive massing, 1-story additive massing. This is not that. It's basically a good design. It just needs to fit in. I think it needs some additive massing, that's all.
Okay, thank you, Diane. John,
Yes, could I have the east elevation, please?
you certainly can. There it is.
Okay, now you go along where it says east elevation.
Yeah.
There's a little wooden square to the left of the door.
Oh,
And I can see it from the other side, from the north side too.
Oh.
Shows it here, right there. What is it? I have no idea what that is.
it's a little low wall, John.
A little what?
It's a little low wall. I'm sure it's like a shingled wall.
Okay, all right, that I wanted to know. Yeah, the west, southeast. I'm looking at, wait a minute, I got one more thing I can look at. Okay. Okay, all right, this on the this is the second dwelling. Okay. No, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, John. So Steve, it would help your plans if you rendered the roofs, because like right now that north elevation is looking completely flat, but I understand and realize that like you've got not just the main gable roof, but you have the little lower roofs, and it'd be nice to see those sort of rendered with lines or something like that. It would just help your drawings.
Okay.
I appreciate the height. I like the comments that have been made about raising up the roof so that there's less space between that lower pent roof over the garage doors and those awning windows or whatever they are above. I basically agree with all the comments that have been made. So maybe we can hold this for some minor, I think there would be very minor revisions.
Mr. Chairman, if we could take a look at the main house front elevation, please. There's a drawing that shows both these buildings together on the same sheet. Yeah, there it is right there. So scroll down. These are the two buildings that relate to each other, and you can see they're just about exactly alike. And the intent was here to make them very similar to each other so that they mimic each other in a way where one is smaller than the other one. But the characteristics that you approved of the main house are the same characteristics that are on the secondary dwelling.
Oddly enough, the garage looks larger
Yeah,
next
it's
to the
weird.
house.
Yeah.
And I didn't sit on the house, so sorry, you're getting my input for the first time.
I appreciate that, Val. No problem. The main ridge of the house is, the lower ridges are the same height, and the main ridge of the house is 2 feet taller.
Okay. What are we going to do with this one, folks?
Hold for revisions.
Thank you, Val. On that motion, Diane,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
thank you, Val.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Thank
Thank
you.
you, guys.
All right, thank you. Okay, now we're at 18 Gladlands. Tori, I think.
Hi, guys, I'm here.
Okay. By the way, Is Abby back? No, she's not. Okay.
Are you ready for me, Ray? Or you want to wait till you?
Well, it appears, no. Oh, well, I should ask you, Abby is not back, so you'd be moving forward on this with a 4-person board. Are you okay with that?
I guess I should wait,
Okay.
given the location of the court.
Okay. Well, you know where the location is and I don't. So the fact that you said that means that maybe you should wait. Okay. So can somebody make a motion to hold item 16 until Abby returns?
So move, Mr. Chair.
Thanks.
So moved.
So on Val's motion, Diane. Diane?
Aye.
Thank you, John.
Aye.
Well, John.
Aye.
Thank you, Val.
Aye.
And I'm in favor, so that motion carries. So we'll hold you for a little while. Mark Catone, you there?
Mute. And
Mark?
yes, good evening.
Okay. So did you hear what just transpired?
No, I'm sorry, I didn't. That was,
Let me just tell you.
yeah, thank you.
So Abby is out, I think, walking her dogs.
Gotcha.
We have no associates with us at the moment. And that means that if you move forward with this application for your retaining wall, that you would have Val, Diane, John, and myself. Do you feel comfortable moving forward with that board?
Yeah, I appreciate that, Ray. I think I do. This is a really simple, even though the word retaining wall is in the application, it's a really small one.
Well, this is that, isn't this that famous?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's famous.
And I took pictures today too. So.
Okay. Well, so Mark, it sounds like you're okay moving forward.
I think so, yes. Thank you.
I think I remember where we left off with this. And I think your revisions are going to reflect some of the concerns that were voiced the last time. So I think I would agree that moving forward is probably okay. So let's go. This is 81 Vestal Street, familiar to all throughout the land. So Mark, what are you doing?
If you, the one area that might be useful to zoom in on is that there's a photograph, the bottom photograph, view up the driveway from lawn area is, yeah, and then pan up. So this is a small fieldstone retaining wall. It varies in height from 12 inches to no greater than 24 inches in height, as measured from that, basically from that rough grade that's there now by that sawhorse in the photo. And we're working with Ben Shampoo, and currently he has concerns about the stability of that slope. It's rather steep.
Yeah.
And when he vegetates it between the driveway down to that little bit of lawn that'll be off the porch, he's concerned about stability and the steepness of that slope. And he has requested this application for a small amount of meandering fieldstone wall. As I said, it varies in height. I believe we have in the application 18 to 24 inches in length, just along the base of that wall, as sort of shown in gray there, yes. Which will allow him to make that wall, that slope a little bit shallower and a little bit more stable so he can get plant material on it. It's not lawn, it's going to be just indigenous plant growth that will help screen the driveway from the house and vice versa. So
okay,
that's what we're looking for.
All right, great. So if we go back to that photograph, right there, the one that is labeled view up driveway from lawn area. Nope, back to the one, there we are. Okay, stay on that. Okay, so everybody can see that is your driveway, right?
That's correct.
That's the drive, okay? It's gonna be just like that. And you guys can see the amount of grade change that's happening between the house and where the driveway comes in. So what Mark is requesting is that on the inside of the property, the wall will face into the property, not the other way around. So it would be taking away some of that slope that you see that happens between the driveway and where the yard around the house is taking place. Okay, and the height of that wall is, I think you said, from 18 to 24 inches high. Is that
That's
correct?
correct.
Okay, so, and from the plan, you can see what the configuration would be, but it roughly follows that sort of curvilinear shape already defined by that slope between the driveway and the house. That's what we're reviewing. So hopefully, Mark, I said that all properly.
You did, Ray. Thank you.
Okay, so this is a wall that faces into the property. I guess that was the main thing I was trying to say with all of that. And it is meant to get rid of some of the steepness of that slope, because if the rain continues, it's going to erode down into the lawn, blah, blah, blah. So who would like to start the discussion on this one?
I would.
Thank you, John. Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, looking at the site plan here, I'm finding that as you look at the bottom picture, looking up the driveway right there,
Yes.
it's gonna be, that's more than 24 inches there. Judge, you can tell by looking at it.
Well, he's only taken up part of it, John. He's not trying to retain the whole thing, just a portion of it.
Oh, well, probably grassy. Okay.
Yeah.
What else they're gonna ask? Is there a split rail fence right here next to the building? From the lawn area, back it up one, please. That one there. No, I don't know. Maybe it's split rail fence, or maybe it's the bottom of the driveway. It's hard to tell.
There is no split rail.
I don't see any split rail fence. No.
I was just wondering why, if he's gonna have a split rail fence, put it along the wall, not next to the house. But anyway, that's a visibility there. I'll do that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Diane, you ready?
Yep.
Okay.
If that's gonna start at the top of the hill and come down towards what eventually becomes the road into the driveway, that's where the 18 inches is going to be. And then as it comes down, it's going to grow to 24. Is that the way you have it planned, Mark?
Ray, if I may.
Go ahead, yeah.
When you're looking at the photograph on the screen labeled view up driveway from lawn area, this wall will be located, Diane, at that flat section of soil that you see currently that wraps around the porch. This wall will sit down at that elevation. It's just to hold that bank back and stabilize that bank a bit more. Yeah, if that was your question. Yes,
Okay.
right as the cursor there, yeah. And it will start at about a 45 off.
Along that
Go ahead,
wall,
Diane.
and that's going to be up. It's going to be up where you see the light gray. It's not going to be down where it hits the land of the house, right?
No,
where
it's
is it going to
this
be
wall
along that?
This wall is proposed to be down at the flat section of the soil, right close tight to the house. It does not go up on the other side of the driveway.
That's it right there. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I had some photographs. My photographer was out there taking photographs, and I was trying to put it together the other day so that it fit in. I understand the problem and the cure of the problem. So if you keep it down at that low, it should be all right. You'd hardly notice it because it'll be below the break of that whole area there. So if that's where it's going to be, I guess I could approve it.
Okay. Thank you.
you.
Thank you, Diane. Val?
Yeah, I was up there today and took some pictures. You're not going to see it. And actually what's there today doesn't seem as though it is that much of a drop as it's laid out right now. So we won't see it. Thank God.
Yeah, thank God.
Well,
And
no, just
I do-
because there is so much hardscaping on this site, it's like,
Oh,
yeah.
the plants are on site now. We should be seeing them going in the next week.
That would be grand.
Yeah.
Okay, so thanks, Val. Gosh, I'm fine with this. Fine with it. So can somebody give me a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Oh, Val beat you
Submitted.
here. Val beat you to it. So Diane, are you okay with Val's motion?
Yeah, I started before she did. I don't, she must not be hearing me. I'm
She
not
said
on.
motion to approve.
You can make it. It doesn't hurt my feelings.
Okay, Diane, we'll make it your motion. So Val on Diane's motion.
No, try to.
Hi.
All right, thank you. John?
Aye.
Thank you. Diane on your motion?
Aye.
Diane? Okay, and I'm in favor too. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you very much, guys.
Okay, so let's see. I think I saw that Abby was back. Abby, are you back? Abby's back
In spirit.
in spirit. Okay, so we're gonna hop back to the sports court at 18 Gladlands. Okay? All right, Tori, hit it.
So it's a 30 by 30 sports court. It's basically, if you want to look at these pictures for a minute, Holly, I assume that's you.
It is.
Through.
Yeah.
It's tucked back to the right behind all these trees,
Yeah.
to the right of what is a garage structure right now.
Okay.
Here's the main entrance from the road.
Yes.
There it is, straight ahead to the right and set back to the back corner of the garage.
Okay. Where's the garage on this plan? Oh.
Bisected by the red circle.
Yeah, okay, so it's actually going closer to Gladlands than the garage.
Correct.
Yeah. All right. And it's going to be typical sport court with the chain link fence around it?
There's no chain link fence proposed.
Oh.
Is there, does it say there is?
No, but I mean, usually sports courts have something to keep the balls from going all over the place.
Yeah, I think it's just flat on the ground. It's proposed as green, if I remember correctly. It's been a while since I submitted this.
Yeah, okay. And you're just, that's it. It's at grade.
That's it. Yep.
No
At grade.
fencing. All right. Okay. Seems pretty straightforward. Okay. Did I hear you? Was that you? Diane?
It's me.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, what is, it says in little tiny weeny red print, something about a vinyl,
A what?
piece of green vinyl. What is that?
Oh, it does say that.
That is the actual
Yeah.
court itself.
It looks like AstroTurf.
Some kind of, yeah.
Well, look at it. There's a picture of it there. It's sort of weird.
That's what the court is gonna be at grade.
Yep. And all around.
And are you going to be able to,
Oh, God.
are you going to be able to see it from Gladlands? Looks like you will.
Mr. Chairman.
I don't know.
Hang on, John, hang on. Go ahead, Diane.
No, it's just there's that much of a green vinyl. It's obviously vinyl. Just seems a little large on Gladlands. It seems that you'll be able to see it no problem on Gladlands. There's no fence around it. So it's just a thing I brought up as
Okay.
perhaps it should be real. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Diane. John, go ahead.
Yes, it's it's a vinyl that sits on top of a cement slab.
Correct.
The whole thing is, it's a sports conflict. Yeah, a sports area for the kids to play. I guess they have basketball or whatever, but it's very thin and it's strong. I've seen some of it down, I think it's down on Orange Street. Somebody had a small patch of it. Anyway, just stating what I know there. Thank you.
Oh, okay. And it looks like it's surrounded by green grass, right?
Correct.
Okay. So it's green sitting in the field of green. So let's see. That was Diane, John, Val.
I have two questions. One is on the plan, when you blow it up, there seems to be like, it looks like it's some sort of planting in a row. Is it like a hedge or with two stepping stones?
Oh, yeah, it does look like a little hedge.
That's one question. And second, well, three things. Second, could it just be plain old concrete and that sort of, weathers out? And, or we'll just put the caveat we put with pools, can't be seen at time of inspection and in perpetuity.
Yeah,
There's no fencing or anything. It's more or less a patio.
it kind of is. Yeah. Okay, thanks, Val. Abby.
Well, if they were worried, I mean, I don't have a problem with it. If somebody did, I think Diane does. You could dig down a foot and just have it like a sunken garden sports court. And then you probably wouldn't see it. And I would just say, if we were going to okay this, that we would keep that enhanced screening along Gladlands Avenue in perpetuity. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks a lot, Abby. I like Val's approach, which is the screening from the public way in perpetuity. The same thing we do with pools. Sinking the court is an idea, but it would require a lot of footings, stuff like that you would not need if it was just at grade. So although it's a good idea for screening it, I don't think it's necessary in this case. So can somebody give me a motion, please?
Yes, I will, but I want to just ask Tori, is that a hedge or some sort of, low-lying screening that's proposed?
Yes, and I don't have the specific material, but I am happy to report that through staff, if that works for you.
Okay, so I would say then motion to approve as submitted with the caveat that cannot be seen at the time of inspection and thereafter in perpetuity.
Sounds good to me. Thanks a lot, Val. On that motion, Diane.
Aye.
Very good. John.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
Great. Val.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries.
Thanks.
Lori. Okay, so the next two are featuring Lisa Botticelli. So I'm going to turn the mic over to Diane.
Chairman.
I'm going to.
Oh, sorry. It's Carrie. I'm back.
You're
I can sit. My event ended, so I'm good.
Oh my goodness. Okay,
Dedication.
well, yeah, wow. You should have just lied.
I toast you with my drink.
Okay.
Only seltzer water.
Oh, seltzer water. Okay, Diane, can you take this?
Yep. Which one is this? Is this
This
32
is 62 Walsh and then 16 Western. Okay. I'm going to.
Okay. Yep.
Thank you.
All right. Lisa.
These are revisions to the front building on the lot that we were just looking at the batten board on. So there were a couple of minor massing revisions. It's easier maybe to see in plan. We added a corner. We extended the main ridge into the backyard a little bit by filling in a corner, which is where those double windows used to be a triple. You can see down below. And now we made that a double.
Yep.
And then
it's
turning the barn doors into sliders. We're gonna maybe leave them open. There's gonna be a little door back there to enter in and out of the garage, but to get rid of the glass and make them solid barn doors. Just adding shutters to the
Okay,
top.
and you put in a little door there, right?
Yeah,
Between the
yeah.
two sliding doors
Mhm.
and the shutters on this, up on the dormer.
Yep. And then just
All
some,
right.
because we cleaned up the back roof lines. You can see in the bottom, there was a very funny connection of the roofs there. So we reworked the back a little bit. And then we added a single story mass on the back as well. That was not there before.
Oh, good. All right. So,
Madam Chair?
Abby, do you want to begin?
Oh, I think there's
Have-
HSAB comments.
Yeah.
Yes, I have HSAB comments for your consideration.
Okay.
HSAB took a look at this on April 26th. Their concerns were the batten door behind the sliding barn doors is confusing. It doesn't relate to the garage doors around the corner. Would rather see a window and a side door. Shutters in the mold windows don't work, such as the triple in the garage dormer. Typically of the shutters, when you have them, first of all, usually you have them obviously being able to be used is what I'm trying to say. I believe those are the comments. There was an overall comment that the west elevation existing is simple and simple is better. Those are the comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Okay.
So the west elevation is the one that faces towards the house. If you look at the site plan, it's a little clearer what's going on with the way that yeah, that's right there. That's right.
Okay, Abby, what have you got to say?
What west elevation? Yeah, I like the simple. I think HSAB's right. I think simple is better here. Adding the shutters and the two doors. That, I think they're supposed. I mean, those doors are drawn as the inside of a door, right? I mean, or is
Well,
it?
on the property, they do have doors that are batten like that. They're in the back, but they're matching something that's in the back of the property.
I really like the previous. I think it's so simple and nice. I do like the reduction on the right-hand side, though, of the going down to two triple. Can I see the other elevations, please? Yeah, over here.
That hasn't really changed, that one.
No.
Although we've reduced the windows.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's starting to look a tiny bit corny with the shutters that don't actually close on the windows. It's sort
They
of
don't work.
What? Anyway, I don't have very many.
They don't work.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Carrie, were you here to begin this?
Yes, I am here and was in the beginning. I think that west elevation minus the shutters, I see you've sort of just swapped where you had 3 windows and then you swapped 3 and 2, which I think makes a lot of sense with the massing. Yeah, the garage doors or the barn doors, I think if they could be simpler, like the ones on the other side. What is it on the, I guess, I mean, even if you had the same doors that you had before,
Yeah,
but
we could
just
do that.
swinging that way, I think that would be fine. I think the window in the little center door would then have to sort of work to match the window panes, maybe as a floor light in the middle. But the shutters, I agree. I don't think the shutters should be there. But I think it is still simple, and I don't think it's much of a radical change. Just those 2 elements for me would do it.
Right. Some shutters gone and stuff.
Mhm.
Thank you, Carrie. Val.
I agree with what's been said. I mean, the side that we're going to see the most of is the north. So minus the shutters on that dormer, the east looks simpler. not, I didn't really, sorry, pay attention when Carrie was just saying, did you say anything about the barn doors on the west?
To go back to what they were before.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that the other changes are fine, with the exception of that and the shutters.
That and the shutters. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Can, if we do that, remove the shutters, change the doors on the west elevation, the garage doors on the west elevation.
Mm-hmm.
And we come in under the the height, so that's good. So could I get a motion from somebody?
Sure. Motion to approve through staff with the west elevation garage doors to go back to what they were previously. I don't mind the shutters on this side, but I guess removing the shutters and removing the shutters on the north.
All righty, thank you. Abby.
Aye.
On Val's motion, aye. Carrie.
Aye.
Val.
Aye.
You're an aye. And I'm an aye. So that's all 4 people on an aye.
Wait a minute.
So the
Damn
next.
it. I'm here.
Oh, Johnny, I'm sorry. You didn't hear me. I thought you had gone for a minute. So tell me what you want.
Yeah, my only one comment. It's the west elevation, those batten doors.
We just eliminated them.
Yeah.
Yeah. You just
They're going
eliminated
to
them?
change.
You're going to put them on the inside?
Yep.
Thank you.
No, they're going to be just plain doors like the previous submission. Plain garage doors. Okay.
Is he gonna vote?
Okay,
on-
Johnny?
Aye.
So the motion is that to approve this through staff with the shutters on the west and the north gone and the garage doors on the west to look like the previous submission. Isn't that right, Val? Isn't that what it is?
Yes, yeah.
So what's your vote on that, Johnny?
I am in favor of the changes, yes. Put those buttons inside there.
Okay. Well, it's going to be plain from the outside, the way the old application was.
Right.
So that's all of us approve. Thank you. And the next one is, before we let her go, it's, I believe, 16 Western Avenue. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Then the only change for this was that we want to change, well, all the windows are completely falling apart and rotten, and they're changing sizes. So we're asking to actually make them simulated divided light, just because of the location and the exposure. Ideally, we'll still have storms facing the water just to protect the sash, wood storms, but we were just hoping to actually make them all SDLs just to make them a bit tighter given the exposure. And it did, I know Holly has comments from the Historic Structure Advisory Board.
What you got, Holly?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. So this is a circa 1938 structure contributing. They're not a fan of SDLs, was the overall comment. Would rather keep them, especially SDLs for a historic structure. There was a conversation about Boston sash being, can you have them insulated? That was pretty much it. So
Yeah, I have a different recollection of that. I would say that they all definitely said that they would prefer single glazed, but they were not against the concept of making these SDLs, particularly, given I think the only side that had any concern would have been the north.
Yes.
Rather than, obviously the south is very invisible to see, and even the sides are difficult to see. So I don't think it was a no way, no how.
Right.
They were just saying that because of the age of the structure, they would prefer them single glazed. But I, just want to say that given the age of the structure, I understand that, but it's also not right on the street. It's not like it's in the OHD where it's 5 feet, it has a 0 setback. It's close to the property line,
Yeah.
but it's not right on the road.
Well, it
I
has
think that
zero.
being able to tell the difference is
back.
going to be limited. And the nice thing is that it's only one thing that was said, and I don't know if it was Angus, because the light cut is only 2/1, it's really not going to be as apparent as if you had multiple pieces of glass, multiple lights.
So
I was thinking.
what I was going to ask you, in the old house, were they 2/1s?
Yeah. Yeah, we're
What
matching.
windows?
We were matching exactly
They were.
at the old house. Yeah.
I couldn't remember, although it's
Been a while.
mailman, and I always wondered whether the porch would make it for another week or so, but it always did.
It hasn't on the back. The roof is
wasn't.
completely gone on the back.
But the one that went over to the garage, I don't know how it ever stood up. It was in pretty bad shape, but it'll be nice to see it going. It's been an interesting building there for the length of time. So do we have any questions that would like to ask?
I have
Lisa?
a,
Yes,
Go ahead, go on. Val?
John,
Johnny?
yes. Whose turn is it? Whatever.
go ahead, John.
All right, okay, thank you. I was out there day before yesterday, I think, and looked at this building, and this is the one I was looking at. It's pretty dilapidated. I think you're gonna have to put in for a new structure, I would think. It says
Well,
fenestration. It
Well,
says,
we,
wait a minute, it says fenestration on it, revised to fenestration. All right, what do we have here? What are they doing? Could he show us?
Johnny, can I just explain? We've already gotten the massing approved. The only thing that's up for tonight is the change of the windows from single glaze to simulated divided lights.
They're gonna fix the old place up?
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny.
You're
So
welcome.
can we get a motion which would be under
I
consideration?
will try a motion.
Okay,
Actually, would maybe want discussion from my fellow commissioners, but in the past, we've done things like, because this is close to the street, true divided light on the north and the remainder of the building SDL.
I go for that.
yeah, that's a good idea.
That's what I was.
Okay, so that's your motion.
That's my motion. But maybe
Okay,
Lisa
thank you
doesn't
very
want to.
much.
I have one question, Val. Is that
Yeah.
including the dormer? Could the dormer go to STL?
I don't think the dormer's so right in your visual, but I walk by there a lot, and this house is close to the street, so whatever's on the street, I think should be TDL, and the rest, you're right, nobody's gonna see it.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I didn't talk, but I think that's a, that's a really nice compromise.
Okay, so the motion, let's have a motion that will do that. Val, were you starting to make a motion?
Yeah, motion to approve with the north side windows, with the exception of the dormer, because it's up high, being TDL. The remainder can be SDL.
Okay, thank you. Abby,
Well, sorry, I thought you were gonna say everything everything, a true divided light on the front because, well, I mean, I think to have two different types might be confusing. I would go for divided light on the front of the building and the simulated on the sides.
I can amend my motion to that, sure.
Could you? I just think it would look a little funny because you can tell the difference.
Okay.
Okay.
I amend my motion to be.
That's fine. Everything on the front to be TDLs, right?
Yeah.
Val?
Yep.
Okay. Carrie?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Johnny?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. So
And
that is everybody.
And Abby.
And Abby.
Abby, I thought I got her in the very first. Abby.
Yes, very, very quiet tonight. And Carrie's sitting in the dark. Does she know
I just
that?
put on the lights.
Oh, thank God.
It's
Okay, thank you.
getting dark so late. Thank you very much, Lisa. We'll
Okay,
hand
thank
it
you.
over to the chairman now. Thank you for coming.
Okay.
All right, Chairman.
Thank you.
Where are you?
All right, so, next up we have Carrie or Luke.
No, I'm gonna do it tonight.
Okay.
Why you put the lights on?
Go for it.
Yeah. This is a property on almost the corner of Milk and Quaker Road. It's one lot in. It's a skinny lot, and then the back of it is Saratoga. On the angle, yeah, the back is Saratoga, if that helps you know where it is. It's sort of an infill lot, but it's an existing lot.
Okay.
It belongs to the house on the corner of Milk and Quaker, or the same owner.
Yeah.
It's a 3-bay, sort of typical in-town house. If you can get to the elevations, it's 26.5 feet tall.
East faces Quaker, right?
Yes, east faces Quaker.
Yep.
And I don't know what else to say about it, but we've modeled it after one on, what is it, Vestal.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Just typical telescoping back.
Mhm. Okay, we have HSAB on this, right, Holly?
Yes, Mr. Chair,
Okay.
we do. HSAB took a look at this on April 26th. As Carrie mentioned, this is in the back of this contributing historic structure from 1810. So of course you're in the middle of some significant historic structures over here. There were some concerns on the design. So the scale seems a little bit off. Front windows look too small. Missing a chimney in the main mass. Additive rear masses should have lower plate heights. The dormer C windows are too square. On the north elevation, it needs windows in the blank wall.
Yeah.
Also south. Maybe 6/6 windows would help the scale and fit into the neighborhood better. Oh, I think this is the wall. My apologies.
Yeah.
The recommendations were to add a chimney in the main mass, and that would bring it to more of a Quaker style 3-bay, which I do like, by the way, my preference. Lower plate at the rear wings, make the windows larger, reconfigure the dormer windows, and add windows on the north elevation. Those are HSAB and staff's comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thanks, Holly.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead,
I'll
Diane.
go.
Yeah, please do.
I'll go.
Oh, wait, Diane first.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead, Diane.
Oh, all right. I believe that Sam's house, our windows are 6/6. This would be, if he had divided the property, it would be, like a guest house. His house on the corner there is very predominant. It's a lovely house, very eye-catching, and the rest of it. And if this house is behind it, I think it's important to follow why it would be 2/2s and not what's on his main house. I don't know, but I would do that. And I would make the windows bigger. I perhaps would only have one dormer, or if you wanted to have two dormers, bring them closer together. I don't think that they should fill that roof. It makes that whole side heavy, and the windows on the first floor of the front of the house should be larger. The dormers, doghouse dormers up above are bigger than those houses, those windows. I think, can I get another elevation, please? Thank you, Lord. I think whatever elevation this is, it shouldn't just have two windows at the top and then two far apart windows on the side. This is right on Quaker Road, where all the houses
there
are old, and I think that it needs the windows. And if I could get the east or the west elevation, it would be good. I think it needs another chimney. This one you see over only on one elevation. Hard to see if you're going to copy the existing houses. They all have chimneys because even the infill one that's further down towards the old cemetery has that. I said about the dormers, I said about the front, I said about the west. So let's just take a quick peek at the east, if I might. That's the front door. Those are the ones that the windows on the first floor should be larger than the windows up in the dormer, and perhaps reduce the size of the dormers down smaller, so that the front door and the 3-bay fits along with what is there. I can't remember what Sam's house is, whether it's a 3-bay or a 4-bay. Should know, but I've forgotten over the years.
It's a 5-bay.
5, yeah.
It's a 5, yeah.
Mhm.
And I think this will be tucked in behind it. It should follow the way it is. That other one we just had, that other elevation, the northwest, the left side, those windows I feel are awkward. I don't know whether you separate the first floor and put a third one, not mullet, because you know how I feel about that, but a third window in the middle, which would be more. This is very modern looking, and it shouldn't be on Quaker Road, just up from the cemetery. I think it should look with like its surrounding buildings. So that's it for the moment. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Diane. Val?
Well, I didn't feel this way at all. I thought it was quite a cute little building, especially because what we are going to see is the east. The elevation that faces south toward the existing larger house, I surmise is going to be screened with some fencing or hedge or whatever. So that looks very typical to me as well. And as does the rear. The only real concern I had, and it's not a concern, it was just sort of a thought, was that it should be 6/6 windows, but by and large, I think it's okay. It's small in stature, and it's sort of a transition house to the house next door, which is 1 story. Yeah, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Val. Abby?
I actually like the sides better than the front. I think the 3 doghouse dormers, they're not, I mean, gosh, we have to have a reason for not liking something, right? But I can't think of it. But I do like the sides a lot. And I was hoping that we could telescope it down, you know, drop it a little more, like another foot, and then a little bit more, so it really telescopes back like an old-fashioned house would. And that would also give a little more breathing room to the old house on the corner. That yeah, so it's a little boxy. I'd like to see more telescoping, and I just not a big fan of the 3 doghouse dormers in the front. But
Okay,
thank you.
thank you, Abby. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My comment would be that the what as you look at the front of it, you got up on the screen now. What's that on the raise? It's not an outdoor shower. What is that wooden thing? Is that a fence?
It's a fence between the house and the property line.
Okay, I myself, I find it compatible, very compatible to the main house. I think Jimmy Glidden used to own it.
He did.
And I think this is a proper setting to put something there, and I'll make a motion to approve it as submitted to the chairman.
John, I'm going to hold that motion because I think that it might die, because there's several people that would like to see at least a few things changed, and I'll voice my opinion on this. I agree with the 6/6 on this particular design. I do think it's an attractive design, definitely. There were certain things that were said by other board members or by HSAB or both that resonated with me. Those dormer windows, the C windows, I think need to become more vertically formatted. Well, that might happen just by default if you go with the idea of changing from 2/2 to 6/6. That's kind of it for me. I mean, I think that there are other requests. Oh, yes. Oh, that's funny, because Holly's waving her cursor around the big blank wall on the north side. And yes, that was an HSAB concern that I totally agree with it. And by the way, when you're driving down Quaker, boom, that's going to be, so it needs windows, definitely. So thanks, Holly, for that. But so should we motion for some revisions on this?
I make that motion for hold for revisions.
Okay, thank you, Diane. On that motion, Val?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
And I'm in favor, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're on to 18 Gardner. Matthew?
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Chair.
Okay, yep. Okay.
I could start whenever you
Yeah,
prefer.
go. We have it.
So this is a demo or move application of an existing single-family dwelling. Provided photographs. The house dates, the property card says 65. It's obviously been added on to over time, but it's yeah. Take a look at it.
They never added on. I don't think
They never added on to this?
What's that?
I don't think so.
That's interesting because it looks.
I don't think
to me.
I mean, if you look at
So,
this south elevation, there's just a lot of,
yeah, I mean, like you got a whole, everything but the kitchen sink kind of going on here.
yeah.
But so I'm sure that Holly has some things that she would like to say on this building. Well, hold on. Matt, have you finished?
Yeah, it's simply an application for a demo or move.
Right. So Holly, I'm sure that you looked into this and have some things to say about it.
Mr. Chair, as far as the age, I concur with Matt. It does say on the NHL that it is 1965. I will remind the commission that 65 technically is listed as contributing only because it meets within the date, not necessarily because of any contributingness of the structure. But as far as the structure goes, obviously, if anything could be moved, that would be great. Understand it's a little odd. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I
Needs to be cut.
Boy, it's really eccentric. I mean,
That's a
I'm
good word.
kind of enjoying looking at it. It's like Pippi Longstocking. The Pippi Longstocking house of Nantucket. With a really formal side light front door, and then this sort of weird clear story and the flat roof and all that.
It's got everything. Shutters, irregular
Probably
shutters.
cool on the inside.
I'm sure it is.
I can go.
Okay,
first.
go ahead, Abby. Yeah.
Yeah, it's making me feel sick. I can't look at it anymore.
You can't say that. You can't say that it's making you sick. You can only say that it's inappropriate or something like that.
So inappropriate.
Except for the exposed gas tank. I like that.
Nice touch.
I'm not looking anymore.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you for that, Abby. I think I know which way you're leaning. Diane, go ahead.
You know whose house this was?
No.
The mother and father-in-law of Kennedy, who married into the family. Doris just left and went back to Louisiana, where they spent every winter. She's very old, and her husband died. They didn't change anything. She said they didn't change anything. They liked it the way it was.
Wow.
So
I'm in shock.
that's how it went on. So it's an interesting house because of she was married to what's his name, Kennedy.
Ted?
And
Kennedy?
it's an interesting house. It's that porch, I guess you would call it a porch, is like a 15-foot drop down to where the cars are parked. And she always had help. So it didn't bother her. But that's what the history of it is. And they had it. So she just left last summer or before the COVID, as Diane says, took place. But they've lived here a long, long time. And that's what it is. So I don't know that helps, but I think it would be very difficult to move.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah. You'd have to chop it up, definitely.
Sure.
Is that it, Diane?
Yep. It's just, I thought you'd be interested.
Okay, thank you. That was very informative. Val?
Well, based on that, they used to let you burn your house down if you let the fire department practice. So that would be my suggestion. You get free dump fee. So propose it.
Okay. Thank you, Val. John?
Is it, you're gonna demo this?
Well, John, they want to demo everything except for those casement windows up in the care story.
Okay, but it's something I wanted to look at the picture. Okay. South elevation, that's the one I'm interested in. Now, let me look at this. You give me a couple of seconds, Ray.
All right.
18 guy. Okay, I know the house. Yeah. It's almost down the end of the road before you get to the water.
Yeah.
It's got that
On the
weird,
left.
yeah, lady that owned that opened a restaurant over across from the Muse. Anyway, I just
Huh.
wanted to
No,
look at it. Thank you. I had to-
John,
she
are you?
never opened,
Oh,
Oh, boy.
I don't think it
never
warrants
opened the
any more
restaurant. Never,
discussion.
never, never.
John, are you okay with this thing going to heaven?
No, it's a futuristic piece. It never should have been built.
Okay. All right. Can I have a motion on this?
Motion to approve.
All right. And I think that the bias is in favor of demo, it sounds like, on this one.
Yes.
Yes,
Val has made a
please.
motion to approve the demo move off of this building. On that motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. John.
Hi.
All right. Abby
Aye.
and Val on your motion.
Aye.
All right. And I am too. So there we go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I ask Matt, are there any drawings of that structure?
Not that I'm aware of, but I can double check. There may be.
You're going to find a roll of blueprints for that house up in the attic somewhere, because that's always the way it works.
I'll look.
It
We
would be
did
nice
actually-
just for the record, if that's okay.
Yeah, I'd
Thank
love,
you.
yeah, if it's certainly happy to share them. And we did, by the way, get a call just this evening that somebody was interested in taking it. So
Oh,
Ooh.
okay.
we'll see how that
Thank you.
goes. Gardner Road's a little tight. So have a great evening, everyone. Thank you.
Night. Okay, we're on to 36 Warren's Landing.
Get it in there.
Garage, gazebo, pool. Who's representing this one?
Joe Paul. Hello, everybody.
Hello, Joseph.
Hi.
Is that your office behind you?
It's my fantasy office.
Oh, well, I was going to say it's so like well curated.
Yeah, it looks like Ernest Hemingway or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually, I think it's Roman and Williams' office, which I visited in New York before. It's sharp. So anyway, I found the picture.
Yeah, nice.
So yeah, my client texted me. I actually want to move that previous house to this lot instead of the garage. Now, so this is a 2.5 acre lot as you go through Fisher's Landing. Warren's Landing kind of wraps around this. The street to the south is where the house is currently accessed, which I think it's called Blue Heron Way. And so the client's desire is to keep their land as open as possible. So the garage is in the northeast corner that you're reviewing. And then we have a pool and a cabana towards the north of the page so that they can leave the bulk of this
open.
Just open.
Right.
And I'm just mentioning those other structures there because those are the two applications up next. The next page is so a series of photographs from top left to the bottom right. So top left is the existing house actually. And this is as we're moving around it. This is as you just come onto Warren's Landing. Then the next one is directly in front of the house. I just couldn't get a clear shot of it. The existing house is 29 feet tall. The secondary mass is 25.7. Then as you go around Warren's Landing, you're at the picture that's dead center in the page. Then you move a little bit further, there's an existing shed which shows up on our site plan. The garage is going to be kind of in the corner, the second picture down from the left. You'd be looking at the back of the garage. And then I'll just explain that the bottom picture, yeah, the bottom series really kind of relates to the pool cabana. This buffer zone of natural vegetation, which is 20 feet deep, is up to the setback. is going to stay, well, actually going to try to thicken that with some natural vegetation. Tom Hanlon's going to be working on this project. And the last photo on the bottom right, clearly taken on a different day, is looking back up towards the rear of the existing house. Existing house is cottage corners. It has a wood roof. It has black windows and it has gray trim. And that is the color palette for the other applications that are up tonight.
Okay. So let's take a look at the old garage. There it is.
Yes, this is the garage. So the south elevation faces into the property. The north elevation, north faces Warren's Landing, the north and the west. North and the east. Yes, those two elevations, that's what you'd drive around as you go around Warren's Landing. But the front yard setback is there, which is 35 feet deep, and that's also pretty well screened. Again, colors are to match the existing house. The window type matches the existing house.
Okay. So Holly, does this fall under Nantucket advisory?
Yes, Mr. Chair, it looked like Nantucket did take a look at it.
Okay.
And their comments for this, it looks like no concerns.
Oh, all right. That's easy. All right. Who would like to begin on this one?
I will.
All right, John, go for it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I think the size of it is in addition to the regular size of what's out there. The south, could I see the north elevation, please? Okay, now the east. 34 feet, all right, and then to the west, please. Okay, would you take it up 2 notches, please?
That elevation faces into the lot as well, just FYI.
Yeah, okay, yeah, all right, fine, thank you. Yeah,
No awning windows.
is there something protruding off all 4 sides?
Yes, John, there is. So the client has a number of kids, grown kids, and they have their various beach gear and fishing gear. So there's bike storage, cars, kayaks, fishing poles. This back area, that's all storage.
Okay, this is the garage. What was the height? It's 24? Okay.
24/7, yeah.
Should it have one of those doors made different? I don't know. You got them eight light doors, you know? That's up to you. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, John, thank you. Val?
I have no concerns with the garage.
Okay, very good. Diane?
No, I think the garage is okay. I expect there's some sort of room up above on the second story.
It is. Right now it's a wide open room. They're planning not to finish the upstairs. At some point, it might be who knows, a yoga space or an office, but it's not a second dwelling.
It doesn't have a bathroom.
No, it doesn't have a bathroom. Right? I think we've got a sink downstairs for some fish cleaning, and but there won't be any. It's not a house.
Not a second dwelling. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Correct.
So you're okay, Diane?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Abby?
The garage doors are natural to weather, or are they painted the gray?
I think they're called out as painted black.
Oh.
Ooh, you're doing so well, Joe.
Well, hey, you know, it's the
on the 2-yard line.
Yeah. Hey, the trim is great. The
You
doors could
almost
certainly.
made it.
Yeah.
gray.
How about gray? Gray?
Gray.
Come on.
Yeah, that,
I
that
could
would be
do
fine. I
gray.
don't think the client's gonna.
Yeah, black is a little harsh. It's gonna be
Yeah,
like
it is.
two
It is.
black eyes.
Yeah.
This isn't, sorry, this isn't taking place of that, when you showed us pictures, photographs of that little, yeah,
The
it's
shed?
not,
No, it's the shed stays.
Yeah,
So-
the shed stays.
Yeah.
yeah, I'm okay with this. Thank you.
All right. Sounds like we have liftoff. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Don, was that a motion to approve?
Yes, it was.
Approve as submitted. Thank
All
you.
right, I like
With
it.
the
Thank you.
garage doors not being black.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
Right.
John, with the stipulation that the garage doors to go to gray. Thank you. Thank you. Val on the motion.
Aye.
Thank you. Diane.
Aye.
Great. Abby
Aye.
and John.
All right.
Very good. And I'm in favor. That motion carries. How about our gazebo?
Yeah, it's called a gazebo. Well, first of all, this thing, we were advocating, myself really was advocating for these clapboards on this building, but the client would like it to be all shingled. So the two elevations, the north elevation that are shingled, that faces the street, and then the other elevations open up towards the pool. And it's called a gazebo because partially this is open. It isn't a ground cover thing, but you can kind of see in the floor plan that, yeah, that one where Holly's drawing, we've got a half bath and an outdoor shower. And then that pavilion is 16-foot squares. They're 13-foot too tall. The other one is a bar hangout space. Then there's a natural pergola that is between them, and that fence that connects the two is also natural, and the trim is gray to match the house. And at one point they were entirely enclosed, but we've got these bifold windows that would open up. But if they want to use this, two of the family members will be here most of the year, so this will have some off-season use. So the goal here was to try to get this to be as low as possible and to screen the pool. And there is the existing vegetation, and I anticipate that you're going to want a landscape plan that guarantees the pool's lack of visibility in perpetuity.
Correct.
So we're planning on infilling between the shed, which is that rectangle to the right of all this. There's a little bit of a gap in the vegetation that you could see on those photos. But the point being, it's not going to be privet. We really want to do a natural landscape here so that the rural feel of Warren's Landing Road is maintained as you move around the property. That's my client's objective as well. And they also want to maintain privacy from the street. So hopefully my client's objectives and the board's objectives are the same, which is to keep it natural and to keep it private and to have it not be as visible.
Okay. Which looks like it's congruent with what Nantucket is suggesting here. So Holly, you posted this Nantucket advisory: visible from 3 traveled ways, question the screening, mature indigenous screening, pictures are not labeled, more info on pool equipment room and how it's buffered, fence shown, more information needed. Some of that is actually would apply to the pool application, which is next. Now, Joe, it's curious because you're showing the line of vegetation, but that shed, which in the photographs is like out in the middle of a field, kind of, is shown like buried in the vegetation.
Yeah. This vegetation plan is from a surveyed plan of vegetation that happened before the shed went in there. That's why I've been
like, it's totally bare now.
Yeah. I mean, I included that so that you can see in there obliquely right now, and clearly we don't want to keep it as is.
Okay. So,
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, John.
I want to answer a question. Could you
Sure.
go to the plot plan, please?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. All right, all right. Now, you see the top, that little tiny rectangle? What is that? Yes.
Yeah, that's the shed that you just saw in the photographs. So
Oh,
see that, see the shed that Holly's circling with her hand?
right, okay.
That's the shed. Yep.
Okay, BCP, thank you.
Okay, who wants to start?
I will.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me see. This is for the, what is this? Yeah, this one is for the, gazebo cabana?
Yes, that's what we're reviewing now.
Oh, that's right, I'm gonna get it right. Okay, I like that door, it looks nice. Yeah. There's 2, 4, 6, there's 8 windows in that one wall. It knocks more than 50%, but it's, I question the visibility of it from the driving around Lawrence Landing Road, coming out onto, out on the north side. I don't know if you'll see that or not, but as I say, I leave it up to conjecture of those that go look. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, John. And as for those who actually go out and look, I know one person who does, and that's Val Oliver. So what do you say, Val?
I do have concerns about it being seen as we can see the shed. I mean, I appreciate that they're going to bolster their landscaping, but I can't for the life of me see how this could possibly be screened with indigenous vegetation that doesn't look groomed somehow. I think that the design itself, I appreciate that it's low in stature, but I think it's incongruent to the other two structures. I almost think you'd be better served with something that maybe looked like it was an old barn or something very simple like the shed, the hip roofs. I don't know. It's just too much of a disconnect for me from the other two structures, and the proximity to the road I have some concerns about.
Okay. Thank you, Val.
It's 52 feet too across.
Okay, thank you. Diane.
Yeah, I wonder, I know this isn't the application for the pool, but I wonder, you must know how many pools there are out in Warren's Landing.
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
I didn't do a survey of the number of pools, so I don't know how many pools are out there.
You didn't?
No, I don't mean it to sound snarky either. I just was, hoping that the cabana and landscape screening and would suffice. Although one thought, and it sounds like Val, your comments also relate to the pool in a lot of ways, that because we have the garage and we have the shed and a cabana in some form, I mean, there could be some screening with fence, but we were trying to minimize the amount of structure that was there, but that is something else that could be employed if the board wasn't convinced that natural vegetation would entirely screen this.
I don't know whether it would or not. Somebody got in touch with me who lives out there. It's sort of shrieking at me that there were no other pools out there. This was the first pool. And so I was trying to find out, because I think that's perhaps a step in a direction that we may have a
across the street. I know Rhett
question with-
DuPont did one a few years ago, and that house transacted. I'm not sure what the address was on it. And
Why don't you do a little research?
yeah, okay.
Mr. Chairman?
I think
Okay. John, hang on one second. Continue, Diane.
Sure.
Okay, I was just thinking, I would like to see the cabana look more like a cabana than what it does. it's a quiet place out there in Warren's Landing. The houses have been there for a fairly good length of time. And this just seems, it's a long pool. It's not tall, but it's long building. I would perhaps like to see it a simpler put together one building rather than the spread. And I'd like to just find out about the pools because I didn't know the answer to it.
Okay.
That's it for now.
All right. Thanks, Diane. I'm sorry, John, you were about to say something? John?
The only thing I was going to say, I think there's 6 pools that I know of in the general area.
Oh.
So I don't think there's any great problem with pools, oh yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, it's me, Terry.
Yeah.
After Abby has a comment, could I say a couple of little things?
Sure. Yeah.
But
So let's
let
hear from
Abby
Abby
go.
and then I'll let you speak. Yeah, definitely. Abby?
Yeah, so I like a hip roof. It's my favorite style, but here it seems a little incongruous with the rest of, the building we just okayed, the garage. I prefer a simple gable like the shed that was shown at the corner of the, beyond those stones. I think just a simple shed. And I think the chimney should be parged as sort of just a simple cement gray instead of a brick. I think it's going to look a really sort of odd to have that because it is going to be exposed if they want to keep a natural sort of environment, which actually means we're probably going to see a lot of this if we're just doing grasses and so forth. A couple of black pines, I guess. So I'd like to see different architecture and maybe parch the chimney. Just a thought.
Okay. Thank you, Abby. So Terry, tell us what's on your mind.
Well, Val did a good job of sort of hitting the nail on the head. I would be very concerned about the visibility of this on those roads.
Yeah.
And it's really an out of place sort of style. So the idea of maybe like a barn or maybe a small boathouse with a pergola off of it where you could put, a pergola that goes into the property towards the pool where you could put the chimney. Because the growth out there is very low, scrub growth. There are pools in the area. That is not unusual. Not tons and tons, but there are pools out there. On the other side of the road. And the hip roofs are really out of place for that particular spot. What I wanted to say.
Okay. Thank you very much, Terry. Okay, so Joe, I think you got a few things, actually a lot of good recommendations just then. So a few things to work on with the gazebo cabana, okay? Should we motion for some revisions on this one?
Yes, motion to hold for some revisions.
That sounds great. Thank you. On Val's motion, Diane.
She's muted.
Oh, how about you, John?
What's that? I'm sorry.
Are you, the motion is to hold for revisions. Are you okay with that?
Oh, definitely, yes.
Okay, thank you. Abby?
Yes.
Okay, and let's see, Diane, are you unmuted now?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's
Yes,
okay.
I would hold for revisions.
Okay, great. And
Okay.
I'm gonna do the same. So, oh, no, Val, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor, so that motion carries. So, guys, okay, should we actually review the pool here or have that track?
I think it should track because the comments that you've made on the cabana massing, I think will influence the pool.
Yeah,
So
I agree. So can somebody make a motion to have the pool track the cabana, please?
Motion to
So
have,
moved.
yeah.
Okay, Diane has made a motion to have the pool track the cabana progress. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
thank you, Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
very good, and I'm in favor. So that motion carries. Now, it's we have Angus at 8 Bank Street. Do we want to try that one out?
I think we can knock that one off.
Well, let's give it a try then.
Could
Angus,
I
are you
speak
with us?
up? Hello?
Oh, yeah.
I'm here to kind of maybe give a few comments. I'm a neighbor in Sconset, Ann
Yeah.
Riley.
Yeah.
I don't know I'd love to hear what the conversation is first, but
You mean this
been listening all this time and.
Yeah, I know. I noticed you there. So, and I always wonder like why somebody's sitting in. So thank you for announcing yourself, but you are talking about 8 Bank Street, correct?
Yes, I am.
All right. So here's the protocol. Angus is going to present. All right. Then we're going to hear, because this is in Sconset, we're going to hear from Sconset Advisory. They've made their comments, and then I will recognize you, and then it goes to the board for comment. Okay?
Fine.
Your name was Mrs. Riley, right?
Yes.
Okay, very good. We'll get to you in a second. Okay, Angus, are you there?
Good evening, everybody. I wasn't sure that you guys were going to get this far, and I have another
I didn't think
application.
so, but here we are. So good news. Yep.
This is, if you're familiar with it, at one point was a hot dog stand. It's a tiny cottage that is really the only structure that's up against Bank Street. It has changed quite a bit over the years. The fenestration, the addition of the chimney, the roof pitches, the doors, the cutout in the bank with the concrete block retaining wall, so forth and so on. So this is an addition around 7 feet to the north, and raising the eave plate, I think about 6 or 7 feet, and the total height 9 feet. So there's a loft in part of this. I really was turning back to history for the inspiration for this, and I'm not sure who's doing the scrolling, but thank you for going to the photos. At one point, this is what the structures looked like. They're very simple doghouse kind of simple gables, a window here, a door there, and I feel like over at least the past few decades, especially in the past 10 years, there's been a dramatic shift in the character of Codfish Park. And, everyone has mixed feelings about that, but I would love to reach back into history a little bit rather than continuing with the trend. Thank you. You can go back to the proposal. So this is really trying to get back to a very simple structure that is just a gable. There is a dormer that is just for a bathroom headroom space, but what would be facing Bank Street are rolling barn doors and simple sash, and that you can see to the right in that east view that carve out area that is the concrete block now, that would narrow down to 5 feet from what it is now. There's a outdoor shower there now and kind of a patio area. So this would narrow down to more like an alley with a outdoor shower at the end of it, fence at the beginning. This is what looks up Bank Street. It's kind of eclectic, just not formal, not contrived situation with the windows. It actually has some similarities to North Bank, to North Gully Road, that structure at the very end of Gully Road. Has a gable like that. This is actually the view from Front Street, but it's a little bit deceptive because the grade, comes up from right where it's up against the house. It starts making its way up and covers this view, but it's about as low as I could make it and still have a loft space up above. And the window wells on this side are just low enough to be able to fit a window in, to be able to reach at floor height down below. You can see sort of the floor is at deck height of what the porch is to the right. And yeah, and then there's the floor plans. So I welcome any comments or questions.
Okay. Thank you, Angus. And as I'm sure you know, the first thing we do here is have Holly do a review from Sconset Advisory.
Do you all listen to those?
I did.
Of course we do.
We do, actually. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, this did go through Sconset Advisory on April 26th. As you can see right here, this is a circa 1930s cottage, obviously contributing to the NHL. Their overall comments really and truly were very simple. They did say it was changing. They did mention that there was a loss of the existing chimney. So of course that didn't like to see that, but overall the concept was of an improvement, said it was attractive. There was a comment about the barn doors and questioning that proposal, especially about whether or not it's going to be open considering the location of where that would be on this elevation. Overall, that was the comments, very mundane, if you will. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you, Holly. Okay, Mrs. Riley.
Yes, okay. Well, I just wanted us to see if maybe this was the time to sort of take a pause and just consider sort of character of the neighborhood and so forth, because this little house, and actually I think that photograph that was just up portrayed it wonderfully, shows what it is now, right? That's the picture, Angus, of what is existing there now.
That's right.
And the proposal really is to add a full second story here. And I'm not coming out against it in any way. I'm really just here to take a look at what the impact would be to the way things look in the neighborhood. Because if you add a second story there, that, as you see, that abuts Middle Gully Road there, and I just think we might end up with sort of a tunnel effect coming down Middle Gully Road. I mean, that's a historic passageway. I've been coming here since my childhood, and remember that's always been there. That's one concern, putting a whole second story there. And then the extension of the front porch. I mean, if you look at this little property, you can kind of see that it would take up really all the space that there is, that is the so-called front yard there. And I'm wondering if that's the direction to go in. Just concerned with overall impact, because what are the sight lines, for instance, when you're walking along Front Street? Front Street is this iconic stroll that really is the crown jewel of Sconset. And, I think it's important that the view lines aren't changed by height and change of character in the type of thing. By the way, I do think the design is very nice, and I've no objection to what's been done there. It looks like Angus has done everything he can to keep it in character, and it is very nice. But just wondering if we shouldn't really just try to get a better feel for how this thing is actually going to look when it's built. And those are really my thoughts, because people are doing a lot more building, and they're going down and building full basements. I see there's a full basement there here. and they developed the properties that way. But to me, because of where it is and that it's in Sconset, we just need to take a real close look. I hope the committee will take a close look at what the impact of this would be. And those are really my main comments here.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Riley. We appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, can I address the comments or shall I wait?
Do you have, okay, briefly, Angus, you know, we're
Just,
sort of
just at the
running
front,
over.
the
Go
front
ahead.
porch is little more than an awning. It's 8 feet by 9 feet. So the front lawn, I think, goes out 20 feet or so something. So it's not taking a significant portion.
Okay.
But also the length of this is growing about 7 feet, I think, north-south along Bank Street. So it's on Front Street, you're going to look, this is not going to be any higher than the roof across the street. And the width of it is such that you're going to still be looking to one side or the other. And I think those are good. And also, this is anyone looking at this can see that this isn't a full second story. We're barely fitting in a loft bedroom. The eave is 4 feet. So and it's not
the eaves are 4 feet. I thought I read that the eaves are going up 6 feet. No,
the existing
height is going up 6 feet.
What is
the overall height from the ridge the way it currently is to the ridge the way it's proposed is going up 6, which
the ridge is the ridge the peak. I'm sorry, I don't know all the terms. The peak is going up 9 feet.
4 foot plate and 6 feet of difference because there's a difference in the roof pitch, I believe.
That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Angus, and thank you again, Mrs. Riley. Okay, so board members, I'd love to hear your views of this proposal. Who would like to start?
Take a stab at it.
All right, Abby, good for you.
Yeah, I appreciate the neighbors' concerns. You know, I wouldn't want it to impair my vision if I was walking down Front Street. I wouldn't want it to be in the way of the view of Codfish Park and beyond. But I don't think it does. From the photographs, it looks like it's below your eye line. So I think 21, I think we made Matt do his, I can't remember, I think we brought that down to 23 when he did that little cottage over. So this is only at 21. I don't quite understand how the garage doors work on that street. Like, you can't, if you stepped out those garage doors, you'd step into the street. So I'm not sure how those are going to be used. I'd love to know the answer to that. And, you know, overall, I always love your work, Angus, and I think this is a really good job. So I'd like to hear what other people have to say.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Diane.
I don't know. I've seen pictures of it on all sides. I know the building. In the old days when we lived in Sconset, we went up the road, you know, Willie's road ceased to exist now. Did you say, Angus, you were going to put a basement in here?
Yeah.
Yes.
There it is.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems to me that we're losing the building, and it's so simple charm. I like what you've designed. I just don't like the accoutrements, like the basement and the height. It was so eye-catching at the height it was. I really can't tell you what I think, except I liked what was there, and I would be sad to see it losing its originality. And one of the last, if not, no, there's one down at the other end that belonged to Wade, that cottage. But I think it was one of the important buildings to keep as it was. And I don't know how you do that, but that's my opinion at the moment.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Val?
I I like the simplicity of it. And I'm not so sure that the vintage of the little cottage that's there is so significant. I'm wondering if maybe part of this, the end that has the little loft could be dropped perhaps, so that there was just not one roof line. It just sort of trailed down toward the porch on the corner there, just to sort of maybe break it up a little bit. But I kind of like it. I think it's simple, and simple is good.
Okay, great. Thank you, Val. John? Uh-oh, did John leave us?
I'm here.
Oh, okay, go ahead, John.
I'm sorry, Ray, go ahead.
It's your turn.
Okay, yeah, I think it's a very compatible little village structure. And I think that if you're gonna put it anywhere, that would be the perfect spot. It looks very nice. It's got a good, like a, just gives you an antique view when you look at it. It's a cute little place. That's what I can say. It's probably ready to get approved as is. Thank you.
All right, John, thank you. You know, it is charming, very charming and sensitive. And it's too bad it wasn't an empty lot, because, you know, the current hot dog stand building is also very charming. So I was thinking about this whole idea of vetting, I think, to Mrs. Riley's point. How does everybody feel about maybe putting up some height poles to show like where the new ridge is going to be and how long it is, et cetera? And
Sure.
I think that's a great idea.
Good idea. Good idea.
yeah, well, I think it would be an relatively easy thing to do. It's not that tall. And then we get a sense of sort of the height and breadth of the ridge's design. But having said that, you know, I think that's only to vet this because it, A, is charming, and B, as we've seen with some of our other applications down there, is really more in keeping with the very, very simple cottages that used to, you know, formerly occupy that area. So getting back, going in that direction, I think is you know, a really nice move. So that's my opinion. If somebody would like to make a motion on this.
I just have a question
Yeah.
for Angus, because I think it was asked, but no one answered. What happens when the barn doors are open, Angus?
Oh.
Is it just open into the house?
So yes, my clients just want to have a screen door that basically that is their door. And when they're open, it would just be open. So you get the sense of a barn or a boathouse.
Yeah. Okay.
But could I just ask one more question? I'm sorry, before, because it looks like you may be up to a vote. The skylight on the western side is a little bit, would it be possible to move that over to the barn door side so that it would be less visible when you're looking down at it from Front Street?
Oh, you mean?
Well, then it would be more visible on the front.
Well, I think the point being, if you're walking down, you're closer to the roof at the higher elevation than you would be on the other side, on the east.
Yeah, I mean, it's a modern element, and I'm just wondering if it would be less obtrusive on the other side.
You know what? I think the height poles are going to help us envision that. If we should, I think that's a good point, Mrs. Riley. We put the height poles up and then see where it would be less obtrusive.
Okay. All right.
Might have to live without it.
Perhaps. Okay, so can I have a motion?
Motion
make
to hold for height poles and
Yeah.
then view.
Yeah, okay, that's a good motion. All right, on Abby's motion, John. How about you, Diane?
No, that's a good idea. Aye.
So she's aye. Val?
Aye.
Thank you. John?
Aye.
Very good. Abby on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. So motion carries. Thank you, Angus. Good job. And we'll see you next time. And looks like you're going to be first up with your 30 Pine Street thing on Thursday. And for those of you still listening, I'm sure there's nobody out there, but like basically the entire agenda is getting moved to Thursday, starting with Angus's application. Okay, so Kathy?
Oh, thanks for letting me attend. I appreciate it.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Angus, good job.
Yeah,
Thank you, and have a good evening, and I'll see you on Thursday.
thanks. You too.
Fantastic.
Okay.
We live for this stuff.
When, what about the height poles? When would you?
So here's what you need to do. You want to put, oh, wow. Kathy,
Yes.
when would this be on again?
I mean, the old business deadline is Thursday, but it's not going to be heard for a few weeks. I mean,
Oh, man.
yeah.
I know this situation is really not good.
Really
I
awful.
know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good night. Good night.
Okay. Good night, John.
Night, John. Thank
Well,
you.
So the answer to your question in normal times, which these are not, would be you put the height poles up before the weekend. You call up Kathy, you let her know that they're up. She sends a notice out to all of us so that over the weekend we can go view them, which we can still do. It's just that we wouldn't get around necessarily to re-reviewing it for a while. Kathy,
Yeah, Angus, I would suggest taking pictures of the height poles too,
Yeah.
in case
Yeah,
others can't go out and view.
It sounds like we've got time, so I'll do the height poles.
Yeah.
And photos, and maybe I'll do some lines on it to sort of block out where it would be. And it sounds like if I do that in the next couple of weeks, it'll be before the old business is seen, right? Or no?
Correct.
Unless something significant.
I'll reach out to you tomorrow, and Angus, we can talk about it more.
Thank you, Kathy.
Yeah,
And
no
then
problem.
Kathy will let us all know when they're up.
Have a good night.
Goodbye.
Thanks. You too. Bye.
Good night. Go home. Go home.
Okay, well, we're trying here. We all want to go home. Thanks for sticking around. It's actually 20 after.
Mr. Chair.
Way past our bedtime. Yes, Kathy.
I just wanted to say one thing. He'll be number 4, because I posted the agenda for Thursday, and 47 Warren's Landing is on. Remember, that was the whole issue with
What is?
47 Warren's Landing. There was an issue with the Nantucket area plan that was incorrect.
Oh, yeah.
Remember? So he's going to be heard again.
Changed him. Yeah.
Hey, feed the dog.
Okay. Kathy, anything time sensitive that we should take care of before we adjourn?
Good crew. Thank you.
No, we don't. We're good.
Okay, so let's have a motion to adjourn, and then we can all go home and go to sleep.
We are.
Bye, Terry.
Good night, John. Did somebody make a motion for me? Abby?
No, we just left.
Let's just get out of here.
We can't leave unless we have a motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Val. Okay, on Val's motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Oh, and John, I didn't know you were still there, but John, you just said aye. Val on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. Thank you, everyone. Sorry.
Oh.
Okay, sleep well. Good night, everybody.
Nighty night.
25 applications in all.
I know.